To our viewing public out watching on cable and other social media platforms, YouTube and Facebook, to members of our community in the lobby and out in our lawn, thank you for being here and participating in this session. I would like to now call this first day, third regular session to order. Please rise for a moment of silent prayer. Thank you, colleagues. I now recognize the clerk to please call the roll.
Representative Bada,
Present.
Representative Bato,
Present.
Representative Selena Babauta,
Presente.
Representative Sheila Babauta,
Present.
Representative Joel Komatsu,
Gaya.
Representative Vicente Komatsu,
Present.
Representative Demapan, Representative Flores,
Present.
Representative Guerrero, Representative Lizama,
Present.
Representative Magofnia,
Present.
Representative Mangonia,
Present.
Representative Probes,
Present.
Representative Christina Sablan,
Present.
Representative John Paul Sablan,
Istiga.
Representative Sid Nicolas,
Present.
Representative Staffler,
Present.
Mr. Speaker,
Hello.
Representative Yangtamay,
Yangiya.
Representative Yumo.
Present.
Mr. Speaker, 18 members are present and 2 members are absent.
Thank you, clerk. With 18 members present and 2 members absent, this constitutes a quorum to move forward in today's session. And just note that I've been informed that Representative Leader Angel Demapan and also Representative Lipon will be running late, but they will be attending this session. Thank you. Before we move forward to public comments, I'd like to recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to everybody, what's in general public. Before that, I would like to, let me go back. So that we're in line with the COVID safety measures and pursuant to OJ 1 CMC 9908B, I move that an emergency exists and that OJ notice requirements may be suspended to the extent they may be conflict with our heightened COVID-19 measures. Yeah. So move.
Thank you, floor leader. Quick recess. All right, we'll rise back to session. Before we went to recess, a motion has been made by the floor leader and has been seconded. Any discussion? Recognize Representative Ben Camacho.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, colleagues and the viewing public. To the public who are present, welcome to your house. Colleagues, I don't know that there is anything else to defend. The articles of
Excuse me,
impeachment.
Representative Camacho, the discussion is under the motion made by floor leader Yumo regarding the suspension of certain rules so that we're in line with the the situation with our COVID spread in the community, and so that we are in line with the OGA. So that is the discussion at the moment. Please keep your discussion to that motion. Thank you. Ready? No further discussion? Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Bada?
Yes.
Representative Bato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babauta?
Nga.
Representative Sheila Babauta?
Yes.
Representative Joel Komatsu?
Ungan.
Representative Vicente Camacho.
Present. Yes.
Representative Flores. Representative Lizama.
Yes.
Representative Magofnia.
Yes.
Representative Manglonia.
Yes.
Representative Probst.
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan.
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan.
Ungan.
Representative Cindy Nicolas.
Yes.
Representative Staffler.
Yes.
Representative Yanktamang.
Aware.
Representative Yumo.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, all 18 members present voted yes.
Thank you, Clerk. With all 18 members present voting yes, the motion hereby passes. We now move down to item number 2 on our agenda, and that is public comments. The floor is now open to receive public comments. Please state your name and the entity you represent, whether it's yourself, a private entity, or public. You will be given 5 minutes to give your public comments. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I am Joseph Munya Mindiola. I am furloughed from IPI. I'm a farmer, and I do myself business to sustain myself. The reason why I am here, because I want every member to hear what I have to say. Have each and every one of you sitting in there have done your homework as far as this JGO panel, who may have done all this audit and everything. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have the committee invited the Office of Public Auditor? Yes or no? Because my point here is I want the general public to understand, and I mean it, very mean it. If I would proceed where my position is on the impeachment, first, I would like to share something quickly. All this premium pay shall go to all CNMI taxpayers. Por favor, nai. We are in this pandemic, manchachaflikit. We are suffering. It's not just the so-called who you have to give. It has to be spread out widely to all CNMI taxpayers as a stimulus pay. Ask yourself, put this in your head. Okay? I followed through, I walked through all these hearings with certain witnesses coming up. Some may have, in their own personal opinion, what I have to say, and I do respect that. Okay? What bothers me here is last week, the full committee or the JGO panel has gotten together. Have you done your homework personally, individually, for each island representative or precinct that you guys are representing? My point here is, okay, from the first governor, Dr. Carlos Sablan Camacho created the first Commonwealth government interim, and he had to go through all kinds of situations. And he reached out through both sides of the aisle for his cabinet members. The late Governor Pedro Pangilinan Tenorio, likewise, who's been elected into office 3 terms with one separate event with a different running mate. The late Lorenzo Iglesias de Longuerero cut all the good parts, the coffer, and he had to sacrifice to improve the hospital, education, roads, Department of Public Safety, and all other areas. The late Governor Froilan Cruz Tenorio had the best economic income when the garment factory was so prospering. May his soul rest in peace. Okay? The former Governor Benigno Aipitio has gone through a lot of issues with the retirement. I, for one, I spoke in 1988 at Department of Public Works with the former House of Representative Jesus Pangilinan Mafnas, and I told him straight out of my heart, Tansu ang kutsu, munga man naadaw ni retirement fund na salapi. Who else borrow? CUC, Judicial, Department of Education. It's gonna collapse the retirement fund. But I'm gonna put a good juice into this. I'm a firm believer with multiple casino license with serious, solid scrutinizing. It's not one. I've lost my job, to be honest with you right now. As I stand and speak before you. Furlough, I tried to go back and tell them, I need to resign. I've gotten the support of the poor payment that helped me up with my wife. And I had to do farming for 4 years in a row. I'm occupying a commercial farm plot in Kakmang. And yesterday was, or last week was the day that I had to renew my permit. So I'm surviving to subsistence.
Mr. Mendiola,
Yes, I will
please
get
wrap
now.
it up.
I'm
Please
gonna
wrap
get
it up.
Yes, sir. I will get now to the impeachment area.
1 minute.
I don't see why each one of you in there, you gotta vote through your conscience, whether you have to or not, because I totally disagree. I've watched every person, every event in here, people that may have testified. I speak for myself, for my son and daughter, and family members. I totally disagree with the impeachment process. I am no for impeachment. Sir, members, ma'am, everything. Come election, you're going to find yourself where you're going to be. It's just around the corner. But I totally disagree with the impeachment. And that's where I stand. I may have done a lot of phrase in Facebook testing the people who will respond to me when I say different phrases in the Facebook. But yet, I'm against the impeachment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendiola.
Privileo no rapidly, Mr. Speaker, Stigedzo.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Representative Lipan. I was going to mention that you are present here in our session, and we did receive note that you were en route. Thank you. Please proceed. The floor is still open for public comments.
Good morning. My name is Florence Sablon. I'm a voter for Precinct 3. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. First and foremost, I am in support of the legislation to appropriate the $1.3 million to fund the $500 bonuses for the CNMI government retirees, the joint resolution for the issuance of a new local stimulus, and the House Resolution 22-14 to impeach the governor. I remember growing out with my siblings. My siblings and I are expected to listen, obey, and respect our parents and all other elderly relatives and friends. My parents raised us to do the right thing, not only by telling us what to do, but from the examples we see them do on a daily basis. When I got married, my husband and I taught our children to do the same. If we expect our children and grandchildren to do good, then we all have to show good examples in everything that we do. If we continue to allow our leaders to do all these unethical behaviors, to not speak out against it and pretend that it's not happening, what does these examples teach our children and our grandchildren? That it's okay to continue to do these things and it will become the norm now and in the future? It is up to us to put a stop to these corrupt activities if we want a clean and honest government for the future generation. What we allow will continue. Most of our people were born and raised as Catholics. One of the prophetic mission of a Catholic is to stand up for the truth, the right, and justice. Pope Francis himself called for greater participation in politics with the view of bettering the world. I learned from the gospel that our Lord Jesus Christ came into the world not to be served, but to serve. Governor Torres, as leader of the Commonwealth and a Catholic, should know that he was put into office to serve all of the people, not to only serve himself, his families, and his supporters. I'm begging all of the members of the House and the Senate to reflect and to think about all the evidence that was presented by the JGO committee and make the right decision. We as adults all know the difference between right and wrong. I believe there is good in all people, and I hope and pray that you will all make the right decision in this matter. I was one of those government employees that lost my job because I spoke out during the Fitios administration. I do not regret that I lost my job. I spoke out for the future of all of our children and grandchildren. We need to make these changes now. The whole world is suffering from climate change because of greed and power that corporations are doing to ruin the earth. This is what we're leaving our children, a ruined earth, and we're also leaving them with governments that are corrupt. Is this what we want to leave for our children and grandchildren behind? Please remember them when you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sablan. For those giving public comments, if you have written comments and you would like to submit it for the record, please give it to our Sergeant at Arms. Thank you. Floor is still open for public comments. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Edmund Villagomez, and to the members of the 22nd Legislature. My name is Fabian Muña Indalecio. I'm for myself in here, but I'm representing myself. Okay, today I would hope that you will be fair and non-biased in this impeachment proceeding of our Sinamay Governor Rob Delonguero Torres, who is charged of corruption. I will hope that these members will put political loyalty aside, for this should not be about Republican nor Democratic Party. This is about our people who are in fear and are in silence. They have watched and listened to you of all the evidence during the JGO investigation and believe our governor is guilty of corruption. Today, people will be listening of your decision to either to vote yes or no to impeach our governor. People have entrusted you. Do not betray their trust, for they have put you in that seat you are sitting now on their behalf, because you promised to serve in their best interest and not to the governor, Rob Delonguero Torres. All 20 of you will be facing with the most challenging decision unlike before in this chamber of the People's House. Half of you have partaken in the JGO investigation committee for over 6 months with stack of gathered evidence, while the other half of you are in special reviewing committee to look over at the evidence to validate this article of impeachment. You all agreed of irrefutable facts of the evidence to move forward today now before you. So I have no doubt to believe that you will be fair and is prepared to deliver a very important historical decision based on all document of factual evidence for the impeachment of this Governor Rob Delonguero Torres. By now, you should be prepared with the understanding of the magnitude of the crime committed by Governor Rob Delonguero Torres. This stack of evidence is not just about wheelbarrow purchase of first-class travel and fishing gears. It's all about the illegal misuse and abuse of a public fund close to $1 million. So therefore, the governor is guilty of commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty in violation of Article 3, Section 19 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Island, as stated in the article of impeachment. Let it be known among all of you that some of you who is sitting in here may have pre-decided your voting decision since before you reported in here. I only ask this: have you listened to the people of the Sinimay, what they are saying about corruption? If you are coming in here with the mindset that you will be more of protecting a corrupted governor and not for the people you serve, then you are just as guilty to condone corruption. You have no place in this chamber as a public servant, but a traitor to your people. Again, my name is Fabian Muña Indalecio, and I volunteered to be the voice of our people who we share the same sentiment and is against a corrupted Sinimay governor. I have listened and I have been vocal on their concern. Our people are angry, but are more in silence in fear of this governor. Have you done the same as an elected leader? I choose to believe that some of you have neglected this duty. Your constituent is so much in fear, and don't you deny this. Many, as they put in their own words of, he needs to be kicked out. In conclusion, I would hope that those of you who are confused right at this moment, as you are sitting on this hot seat and all eyes on you, be mindful that what you are about to decide will dictate your political re-election coming November 2022. Give your constituent the peace of mind, give them the hope and assurance that suffering must end and justice must prevail on their behalf. Have the decency and the dignity to make the decision to impeach the governor, for you know the fact before you that he's guilty of corruption. Make no mistake on that. People are watching you at this very minute as you are preparing to decide the fate of our governor to put an end of his corruption. Don't be a fool before the people of the Commonwealth and the world to protect corruption. Enough is enough, and impeach Governor Rob De Longuero Torres of corruption and betrayal. Is the desire of the people you are serving. The cries of the people in silence. Viva Toto Marianas, Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Island. Estad and adios.
Thank you, Mr. Indalecio. Floor is still open for public comment.
Buenas dan saludos para todo ando, especialmente Hagu Speaker, imangatsungmo, dan imanekungo gini huzong. Inaano si Pedro de Longuero Pangilinan, tumutagidyo gini para bekintusi i-retirees, dan i-presente siya na employing gobyerno na sapota i-gobyerno sa mamulika tiso niya. Guidas din na gobyerno solamente todo tempo asasangan na paros ajudo o ajuda monisinya i-retire da para nakababali sila sa dunia ni ma-receive para ma-receive ketenan. I-gobyerno 75% anagagwa sa lopi para i-retirees. I-gobyerno mo nagagwa 25% para nakabalis 100%. Enigi na tumutagidyo gini no sa puputay gobyerno sa aasuham ni retirees nesta munodan ni najuda itaw-tawta ng tanota. Iotro, unggan utungan na inchechegi chechumizo para impeach si governor lotinahong Texas mizo sa nuska anjuman majoria lo kumukahulo ki Senate tinahong Texas. Pes na paran no. Janoy gobyerno do chogi apa parochogi maulik para publiko dan itanota. Ini kina tumutagyo gini para bekintusi i-retirees dan empleo. First time gi history ni Marianas na gobyerno anagwaha dunya pareho i-retirees dan empleo gobyerno bonus ani makat i-pandemic. Haji tiningumidyo na gobyerno iman malokpan siya Munagwa sila pribileyo pero ajuda ay publiko. Hamin ay publiko. I-retirees manisisita ajudo. Lo, asa pago papata uno na bonus ni 500 ni para ajuda nila lamami ni retirees. Lo i-presente ng empleo lo kiman ma-ajuda. Tawajan na sinisedi kiman malafal siya na tempo. Gua pago bonus kay gigi CUC para fanina ajuda i-retire si Zunya. Elektrisida ni man nachat gini ni CUC. Dong kulo na ajudo para ipublikon marianas. So tay gobyerno do ajuda tanota. Unga sinya gwa nachogi lachi lo. Tinahong Texas pa rin kastiga. Tinahong. Hamin ay ni publiko man inaatan opa na tsansa para guaha para minoliktan mota. Todo tempo kasi na gobyerno aso i-retires dan empleo anafan bula ungan man mangumplen na ma-referral siya. Lobe sa ngoni si sen employees check kwanto peronggan na dangin gimagart may plelewa hasta pago. Dan check kwanto na salapi manoyo ani ma-referral. Diyan kumpara sa miganyo resibi nasalapi gi referral ani ti ma-employo. Kini ani machochochuo dan resibi kada 15 o 20 días. Ini gino gogoga judul miso na para sa tay gobyerno sa tinahong de Texas. Gini na piso. Sa kung matuloy ka sinadot, man kinentranzo. Donc là, c'est juste moi, c'est la dispensation dans une voucher, gintiamzo. Adios.
Si just Masi, Mr. Pangilinan. Floor is still open for public comments.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and fellow members of the House. First of all, my name is Ambrose Bennett. Can you pause for a second? Noise outside. My name is Ambrose Milton Bennett, and I'm here representing many of the people among the silent majority who want the governor impeached. I actually didn't prepare a speech because I thought you were still giving us 3 minutes. I want to thank the speaker for extending that to the 5 minutes. I want to thank the JGO for all the diligent work they did. I know you spent hours pouring through mountains of evidence, and it's truly appreciated by many in the community for the work you've done. I think the evidence speaks for itself. Nobody has fabricated anything that has brought us to this point, and we need to be mindful of that. The governor had more than an opportunity to present a defense that would give us pause to really consider him not being impeached. He didn't lift a finger to put forth an effort to do this. It seems that he thinks he's going to do it in the Senate, but the evidence has already been presented. And you're here to make a decision on that evidence today. And as jurors, I'm sure that all of you know what the truth and the facts are based on the evidence. I'm asking you to vote your conscience today and not your politics. Politics is what got us to this point today. We have a saying in my culture, let's get real about this. And we need to do that because we've been going round and round like a dog chasing his tail with this governor, trying to get him to do the right thing. And it's time for it to be put to a stop. On a final note, the governor seems to have weaponized government employees. If you look outside, it looks like David and Goliath, really. And I don't mind being on David's side because we know who won in the end. And I'm praying that this perception that and this show that is being put on outside will not influence you, nor will it influence the Senate in making the proper decision based on the evidence. I'm only asking that you vote based on the evidence. And I'm sure most of you do have a conscience. Sometimes great politicians are not afraid to put their butt on the line for the truth. And that's what makes you a great politician. When you will step out on that limb and follow the truth to get to the end of it. And I'm hopeful that all of you will have the fortitude today, or at least the will, some will, to one day be a great politician. Because it doesn't come easy. Greatness is achieved, and you have to put your butt on the line to achieve it. The people are with you. There's this thing in America called the silent majority. And this is why I'm talking about this show out front, because the silent majority are not here today. I'm just one of the people that's trying to speak up for the silent majority. Politics is not going to make this CNMI better. Being truthful and right, doing the right thing is what's going to make us better. And I pray that you will do that today. And I have confidence in a lot of you. Some of you I'm afraid of, especially when I think about the fact that if Angel Demopon had been the speaker, this wouldn't be happening today. That's why the governor wanted him to be the speaker. And let's be real about it. So let's get real and do the right thing. And I truly appreciate all the work you all have done to get to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Floor is still open for public comments.
Hafide Tiro. Good morning, respected congressmen, congresswomen, speaker, vice speaker, and everybody that's present here today. Listening to Mr. Bennett, I am Grace Sablan Bayangae. I am representing myself, citizen of the CNMI, speaking based off of my constitutional rights and as a constituent. Listening to Mr. Bennett, he called you guys the jurors. Let's make some clarification. This is not the court of law. This is the legislative branch of government, legislature. You guys are not jurors. You guys are House of Representatives, members of this wonderful 22nd legislative body. And for clarification purposes, we can go over 3 minutes according to your House Rule Conduct session. We are accorded a 5-minute time and another if need be. And according to your House rules, you will make the majority decision, not just you, Speaker. And I'd like to say, just based off of what Mr. Bennett also said, was that Mr. Demopon was appointed by the governor. What does that tell you, honorable men and women, that your position now is going to be degraded? Your position now is in the hands of who's going to appoint who? No. You have been voted in and seated in your official capacity because of the people, by the people, for the people. I wanted to make that clarification because we are not the court of law. You are not the public auditor's office. You absolutely are not the FBI agents. You are honorable men and women of the legislative branch. With that said, Mr. Speaker, for the record, I did request, verbal request, for the discretionary expenditure funding receipts of certain representatives, and I will follow up that with an official letter, Mr. Speaker. As a constituent, I am entitled to that. That as we place a great leader such as Ralph de Longueur Torres, with what is looking now like a court of law, we now are bypassing the executive privilege, to my understanding, Our governor is the governor of the CNMI. So if you were to look at that status and level of leadership capacity, executive privilege for the president, similar to the governor of the CNMI. And I'd also like to point out, you honorable men and women that are sitting in your seats today, you make the decision amongst yourselves. And I commend you because this is a bravery act. However, have you gotten your evidence? Look across you, left to the right, individuals sitting next to you. Do they have heinous crimes? Do they have any pending cases? He who has no sin cast the first stone. But what I like to say is our house of the legislative branch here, how can you sit there comfortably as leaders, knowing that you have House members pending cases, and you say there's biases? I just heard David Goliath. Let me explain something. When I came back home, I didn't work for the government. I worked for a nonprofit. I didn't believe in the government. I was a bystander looking in. But when I had the opportunity to work for the government, I became one of those that realized the discrepancies, realized that there's so many loopholes, so many cracks in the system. I served under the administration of Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, and I'm going to tell you now, I've never believed in a leader such as he. Why? He walked the streets during Typhoon U2. I had to make the decision when I was a counselor at DPS, called in, 2 a.m., counselor, you are to report into the office. My son then was only 1. And I asked my boss, I'm sorry, I'm not overstepping, but as a mother, I would not leave my child behind and attend to whatever is requested. Came back hours later, met up with individuals that were out there for the relief. Who did I see? Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres. Did I see anybody else? Absolutely not. Went to Rhoda, went to Tinian. In fact, even doing relief efforts, who was there? Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres. I am Chamorro, I'm Panapayan. Diplomatic relationship, Mr. Ivan Blanco worked closely with Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres to open the doors in Micronesia. Under his leadership, that was proven. So I like to close by saying, get all of your evidence. Spending expenditure as your impeachment? Honorable men and women, I'm sorry, but I do not have faith in the legislature right now. And I'm going to say that very clearly. I'd like us to really look closely.
Ms. Vayangai, can you please wrap it up?
Yes, I'm accorded a few more minutes, Speaker. Thank you. And I will respect that, Mr. Speaker. So what I'd like to say is, follow your heart. At the same time, use your mind and the gathered evidence, not just what you got based off your biases. I'm sorry, but what you've gathered is not enough. And keep in mind that you are not the court of law. You are the House of Representatives. So with that said, he who has really nothing to hide, if you have a clean slate, go ahead and cast a stone. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you. Floor is still open for public comments.
Morning dan con rispetto para Hamza Tori Ma'am Sentinogan. Con respeto, honorable members of 22nd House Representative, Inalno Sir Herman Manglonia Jr. I am from the island of Tinian, and now I'm residing on Saipan. I'm here to oppose any decision to impeach Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, pursuant to Special Committee Report 22-1. I say this because I am considering the hundreds of great things of this governor had done to the Commonwealth in the past 7 years. It is too much to address for a mere few minutes allotted for each members of the public to explain. But for time's sake, I will give you a few, and we can all recall every year, every after Thanksgiving, every Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, and or any holidays that falls on Thursday, such as July 4th, etc. This governor gave us an administrative leave. All of you in this chamber enjoy the administrative leave. Of all in this chamber enjoy the administrative leave, and thus the hundreds of government employees. To those were extra paid non-workers days, did you complain about it? No. When when there was a possible major typhoon heading our way, our government payday was until the following week. This government advanced us a paycheck to purchase essential materials and supplies before typhoon hits our island. Did you complain about it? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the retirees. Did you complain about it? Retirees receive their 100% pension, plus because plus bonus that times that they are feel great humanitarian action this governor had done for the people of the Commonwealth and to remain in our decision today. Don't forget hundreds of great things that this man did for the Commonwealth and its people. Lastly, I want to emphasize that those voted yes to impeach the governor consider yourself as Westerner and not a Tomorrow or Carolina descent. Tomorrow and Carolina gathered their committee to look into the issue and figure out how to address the issue if there was more cultural sensitivity taken by the DJO committee. I don't have to be here to be standing here today sharing my thoughts about the JJO action. This reminded me the story of many tomorrow's students when they were told not to speak tomorrow in the classroom during the trust territory. Now this investigation began in 21st legislature when two Western and minded representatives in this house forgot the value of our island committee and were culturally sensitive. Are you going to follow suit in the 22nd legislature? Come on, ask yourself. I appreciate the time giving me and let be open-minded or culturally sensitive. As you ponder your action today, I pray for you. Viva Tautau. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manglonia. Floor is still open for public comment.
Good morning, representative of the House. My name is John Patrick M. Ariola. You know me as a police officer for the Department of Public Safety and your comedian as Chinaman. I come on my own and I come as a peace officer. I've been in the community, I have did stand-up comedy, I have emceed for weddings, I have decorated for baby showers, I have DJs, I've been in the family gathering, and this is what I hear. There are some that hate this governor. There are some that find that this governor did wrong. There are some that wants to impeach the governor. But there are some who loves this governor. There are some that find the governor has done nothing wrong. And there are some that do not want to impeach the governor. I didn't say majority wants to impeach. I didn't say the less don't want to impeach. It's like a typhoon. When it struck the Sinai, it hit every loving home. In every loving home, after the typhoon passed by, some homes don't have roofs. Some homes don't have windows. Some homes, nothing at all. Maybe we should impeach this typhoon to take this typhoon out of the office of Mother Nature. But when you look at it, on the next day, the typhoon will never damage the foundation of our loving home. The next day, everyone came together, despite of their differences, despite of their hatred for one another, They came together as a whole and rebuilt the foundation up to continue to be a loving home. I ask you, members of the House, please do not be the first to impeach our governor. Please, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands is at stake. I remember when I was a young child, our late Bishop Tomas A. Camacho, when he stand on that podium and he said, when you are mad or when you hate someone, make sure you make peace before sunset. I ask you, representative of the House, if you finalize this impeachment, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands is at stake. The world will say, not just because of governor, the world will say, wherever I travel, we're all affected. The world will say, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Governor Rob Delong Guerrero Torres, was impeached out of office. Members of the House, today I'm here not to impeach our governor. I ask you to make him run for his remaining years. And then we can decide on the day when he runs for governor again. And then we can decide when we can say majority don't want him to run for governor or majority wants him to run for governor. If the favors fall on your side, then you know you did your job. But for now, let the community decide on the election day. I ask you, House members of the representative, the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Island, reputation lies on you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ariola. Floor is still open for public comment.
Lesser Speaker, Vice members, itay nga Emery kaipat. Itoto, berela yay musa libu toto bayor mete bapsa. 28 years, sibla 29 dala polisia, 11 years, 10 years, police officer 1, 11 years, police officer 2. Ka toto tolong administration yel, governor yel, nilal lala 6 years, resarihite alangoh mem. Makodisti PO1, PO2, failed 3. Yala administration yela sarhite across the board. Kay graduate academy, ikimangi we were retired 20 years. E toto 20 years, e mela retirement. Terus mete beli ferihla. Ya imangi na beli retired police officer 2. Ya kat buat tolong governor yel, buat sarhi algoh mem across the board. Buat tete sweddo, buat he mulai si masyarakat mulai 21 years ubo PO2. So ito hal bibu support tay governor au meng bosa paling pitchli. We lasa.
Thank you, sir. Floor is still open for public comments.
Good morning, Speaker and honorable members of the House. My name is Glenn Rabago. I'm currently employed under DPS, police captain. I just want to share that during my employment at DPS, there have been several administrations that I've served under. And I can truly say that with this administration, DPS has never got the most support, whether it be salary increases for both sworn and support staff, equipment, vehicles, buildings, office spaces to make our environment fun for the employees and our equipment to work effectively and efficiently for our community. And despite all that this administration have gone through, whether it be natural disasters, the challenges that it faced, natural disasters, worldwide public health issues or crisis. I got to say that the governor has still maintained and assisted law enforcement across the board. And today, if you look at law enforcement, I can honestly say, after so many years that I've served in the department, law enforcement is at its finest. The government itself is at its finest. So I ask all the members of the House to please vote against impeachment, and let our governor, Honorable Ralph Delongoro Torres, continue on his outstanding leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rabago. Floor is still open for public comments.
Buenos días, Mr. Speaker, House members. Wow, si Jesus Soto Cepeda, matutsudo gi Departamentong Pulisya. Mamobotado Precinct 1. Estado para 26 anos, istira toto, bana pulisya. Di sana matatsong si Governor Torres, tawad mas babauli at pura minaulik. No? That often imbestiga pot si Governor, nisisitan collegium of facts. Sa pulisya to, manimbestiga to, no tungo manimbestiga. Often imbestiga, nisita yung badung mas sa tinahong balan biso. No? Ya dosas di bisangan binatres. Dasta istigan mamisyon di bisangan na talo beko. Ani motoi typhoon, super typhoon. Si governor staba. We da uli man no manazuzula. Ta da uli gizamtu. Moti pandemic ginisti virus. We da ha. Ta da gizamtu anuk. Stisino no nolung na babay si governor na tawto. Todo chestona para minaulik. Para toto tawno. Jangan investigasi governor put gaya yung itasi. Zaman yung pulisya yung ibuti. Siyempre, sa titunya pulisya po magwarda si governor. 24 horas dia. Jangan limit na corrupted, often na corruption. Todo ranzo mamarisibi sa lapi. Gaya anyo budget. Utungo ste. Sa un tempo matawtsuzo gini na opisina. Juli kalentenya sa lapi. Ni mananonyam each one of you. Sandri dun on fanakusa atan ho kogas kaso. Manilu panman mota. Jesus Mosi.
Jesus Mosi. The floor is still open for public comments.
Giving honor to God, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I would like to say my name is Nathan Elliott. And I spoke last week about what's going on right now. And this is what I'm talking about. I've been living here 12 years. And I know, you see the things that happen in the States. It's time for a change. It's time to move on. Some people say we hate them. I don't hate nobody. I love everybody. So I don't appreciate somebody saying I hate somebody. I don't hate the governor, but I know it's time for a change. You want to keep the governor? I think he should resign. And if the people want this governor to be governor again, they'll vote for him. All the investigations should go through. Enough is enough. I'm not going to get up here and whitewash anything. This governor has done nothing for this Commonwealth since I've been here. FTL didn't do much, but he was all okay. I got my money. Enos did his job. He came back even sick and did the work. But I got my money. As soon as this governor walked into office, everything stopped. It's been slow. Your services are slow because of this governor. He don't know how to manage the government. Some things are made for the right person. It's not made for this guy. Sometimes you got to put your foot down. I'm not like everybody out here. I'm different. This is the way I was raised, to tell the truth, because the truth will set you free. The Bible tells you in the last days that you're going to fall into false doctrines. You're going to believe the lies. That's what's going on in the States. And if you keep on doing this, it's going to continue. And before you know it, it's going to be just like the States. You already got people riding down the street shooting at people. It's only a matter of time before the same stuff that happens in the States is going to happen here. It's time for a change in this government, from the top on down. And if you don't have the guts to do it, then the people should move you out of office. That's the way it's supposed to work. We're supposed to have the power to vote. But when it comes to things like this, it's time to move them out the way. And if the next person getting there do the same thing, move him out the way. We got people living on the streets across from the post office, homeless. On a small island like this, your own people. If you care about your people, you'll take care of your people. You take care of your people first. All this nonsense. He got to go. God bless you, and I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Floor is still open for public comments.
Buenos días, Honorable Speaker, dan todo membro neste na legislatura, kuahu si Joseph Mundo Castro, tauto i-Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands Zoo. Sumasaga Zoo, gipresente, giaslito, Presidente Nedjo na lugar ng botador election precinct 2. Guahu dyan sa guahu. Gaya gini sa pula iningongo ko akagwe dyan nagapa. Pudi magalahi, i-presente na magalahi as Honorable Rafael de Leon Guerrero Torres. Bula iningok ko manmofona na mangwentos parewa manginin differential siya na no grupo wasya manginin ni Departamentong Polisiya guahu uno retiraho ginini Departamentong Polisiya at mantempo na manea investigasyon na seksyon na gi Departamentong Polisiya o imbestiga homicide o imbestiga misdemeanor siya na kausa menos di on anyo na tempo ni para angin makumbikto mapreso dyan di seryoso siya na kausa. O at itutuji hafaman masusesedi gini tanota. Gimapos na sakan matutuhon investigasyon pod imagalahi. Governmento dyan Judiciary Committee at sogwi siya bula na question man ma-question na itistigo gi para umapresentas ti na asunto gi menan medyo. Zaman mo na dyan, Ichechunia, i-speaker as Mr. Villagomez, aapunta talo, espesyal na komite, pamaina Ichechu manmofo na komite, da parewa na asunto malangno da marekomenda na umapresentas ti na asunto gimenan medyo bago na dia. Lo antes di be fatina si ultimo na desisyon no pabe faisyon namjo Uhungok po desti siya promotion dyan no gibandang pulisya. Ginatano jajangging wahu matunguhan natin ma-promote jangging ti qualifier. Mentally jan physically. Mansweti di siya man ma-promote gi pulisya. Jan matunga na siya mismo. Ti mapatinas ti siya gatsa isaki jangging malalago. Wahu istaka. Bay dulalak. Zabay gatsa haji para bay konni. Ang gintisin niya gatsa pos hamjo ne mananay sa lapi. Debi na infaisin hamjo ko mangkwalifikaw. Inigi debi ipulisya wasun maisagi. I-uniform na manayo respeta. John atan ko kwalidad. Ani manayo sa gastong publiko no siya. Ask yourself that question. Pago po di magalahi sa bula po fangwentus. Hamzo gumogoti pago na ora i-evidensya. Hamzo kada uno membro gini gi legislatura na suwa i-personal relationship, emotion, remove emotion, do your professional job, then atan ebidensya de mapresenta gi la masa. Then fatina si desisyon, isano na desisyon. Imagalahi, waha 100% minaulig niya. Waha loki asunto, umanok, za makwestiyon na nino siya na asunto, kumbeni pati kumbeni. Guija debi o
Dispensa
opino siya.
no Mr. Castro and Ginsinyan na funazan no mo public comment.
Unrota sa sta para bay utsum.
Okay.
Dang kulo na si Diyos Masi. Masasangan po ritiraw. Guahu dyan si Patrician Guerrero. Matugi senadot. Dyan agagaw pa mabota. Ito na proposed bill iparosecure sedon retiraw. Sa basta nesti tafanluluan po 25%. Di mapasa giulo ni senadot. Sa iling niya si Senator Victor no ginabagwi sa presidente na jangging guaha sa lapi no manapasi Imperial Pacific para na mapasa gina dia pat sigente dia yotro pesa nganyam jo na iora no katada pati na si desisyon sa manunggi jo na ginaskas o debut matsogwi da decide gidinansi na manera. Si Diyos Masi, Governor Torres, ni minaulig bedamu, lay afam papanagini ikomite, asoda siya ebidensya, jahamzo pago para inimpeach si gobyerno. Sa kumugaw, recommend na loki naman na suwad kay policeman by suspended, adyan ginagagaw, ma-terminate by terminate. Impeach ni kay Gizo. Si Diyos Masi.
Just Masi, Mr. Castro. Floor is still open for public comments.
Good morning. Guaho na ano si Trisita. Basa pertudo. Mas matungo niya jo. Put kumo si Terimbolis. Good morning para anjo todo ni Kongreso. Agloki no speaker. Tada pabesanganyan jo pago na tibe hongi na mismo familia jan tautano para impeach si gobyerno. Hago tina besanganyo guaido motores. Hago no Villagomes guaido motores. Hago ataw guahapi ti do motores dati behongi guatong kontores jo that waho gi Democrat diehard Democrat to. Lo hapa na parabe chogi tegeno na parabe impeach si gobyerno lo mamparewi ta todo do tau tano. Mamparewi ta. Aga kasa masya haji jamangana. Masya haji jamangana. Todua ti aye ti una na tau to pochogi ibaba. Umpisi i apejunanya ipachota inifenta man mafanyagwit ujung logani man latsit. Okay? Eno nga pa besangan dati behongi. Ti behongi na parempin si gobyerno. Wow huno. Ti mo ujung tugi Democrat. Diehard Democrat to. Lo man latsi anjo. Sa ti man tunas anjo. Ungani posisyon in tsetsegwi in tsetsili. Lo inan maisa anjo. Waha FBI. Waloki judge potinegwi. Hahiti anjo kumikaling mito na mokpo iunanyo. Di papay bandera ni Democrat. Hafa pensegwi ge an mangana ni Democrat an para infanhudong de penfanhogi gi partida. Hafa pensangan hudong na inimpin sing gobyerno. Bula tau to sempi man sinenti. Ahiti afetunanya. Unggan manggaigan tu geno alun. Do tunga na posisyon mito dan direksyon mito. Lo asu loki. Naman macacat gihi. Tau to tanu hit. Eno apa besanganyan jo. Naman tau to tanu hit. Unggan besangan na diehard Democrat to. Okay? Lo usapopotay gobyerno sa afa. Maulika mo na bidadanya kalan esta in tsetsegwi put inimigo na banda. Christmas, anti dos Christmas, besanganyan jo para integwi eno esta gi magat an iho di Christmas esta gi magat debi di infampara za inatan itano half a day masusesedi. Taja an i Democrat pago besanganyan jo nanu afetunanya nu tibunito dinanci ena ipomachogwi tegeno esta un di November, December, lughad di infampara za inispia mona hafa pa minaulik ni manatati na famagun lo pura put impinch haji tilalatsi besanganyan jo mga maalong na todi tempo man mafanyagwid ujong taakaha ilata sa mani itaw ujong jani iman mafanyaguta lo afa na mismo go besangan na hago no speaker besanganyo guaha toresmo hago ataw guaha toresmo hago tina gua toresmo trongkonsay na do gitoris hadito da estapago na ora nyo haji do mafaisin ti umuudong do gipapabendera ni Democrat pumara hado nada lo utunga haji pabenai utunga lo tiubota si Torres lo besanganyan jo na tiubota si Torres ani malago lo pago ku tumotoge jo gini na munga ino iipo maimpin si gobyerno sa mamulika mo na bidanya todo man macacat git todo ni tau hijong hafa siya bidan mimizo mismo familia ta tau ta todo na siya pensegwi ti bonito wow mo na una klararo todo hanjo gano alun sa ti bonito afa pensegwi te gano put impis hadi ti tumatsawi baba eno pabesanganyan jo
Jesus Masi. Floor is still open for public comment. To the viewing public, due to some technical difficulties, if it gets a little too loud, please lower your volume because sometimes the sound projection on your TV could be a little distorted and it could cause some damage. Thank you to the viewing public. Please proceed, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this 22nd House of Representatives. Thank you for allowing the public to join you today and make public comments on this historic event for at least for the House of Representatives and the Sinamay. My name is Claudio Kenorita. I consider myself a friend of Governor Ralph Torres. I was once a cabinet member of the Torres Palacios administration And in some circles, I might be a member of the inner circle of the Torres Palacios administration. As a cabinet member and a friend of Governor Torres, I had on many occasions had a one-on-one conversation with the governor about issues relating to the government, to politics, to the department I serve with people. And in all those instances, our conversation would look for a solution, find a solution to the problem in front of us or facing us. I was told a long time ago in the Department of Public Safety that any solution that we come up with must be morally, ethically, and legally correct, okay, before we can apply it. I like to give my friend, Governor Torres, an advice. If you were having this conversation today, like part of his cabinet, I would tell him that you are the governor of the Sinamay, not Mr. Ralph Torres. You are the governor of the people, not Mr. Ralph Torres. And as the governor of the Sinamay, the seat you're occupying is an institution that represents the people, represents the Commonwealth, not only internally, but nationally, regionally, and internationally, you might say. And what the prior speaker mentioned, manmamamalo it, there is that. I would tell you that the Pacific Times Magazine front page story for January 2022, it says about the impeachment of Ralph Torres and the problem in the Sinamay. I mean, that's regional and international. I will tell him that as the governor, his duties to the Sinamay is not for Ralph Torres, but to the people, and not for Ralph Torres. To represent the Sinamay regionally, internationally, and nationally. As the governor, the people need stability, not turmoil. The people are divided now, okay? And they are suffering. They are crying for help. They're crying for the governor to help them, not Mr. Ralph Torres. I will advise my friend that the road in front of him leads to either resignation, impeachment, or probably indictment. Okay? And as an impeachment or an indictment will further bring division into the Sinamay, into the people, by the people. No way out of it. As you can see, what we have outside and all over the Sinamay. I would advise my friend, a resignation brings unity to our people, brings stability to the Sinamay, so that we can start rebuilding. I hope my friend is listening, and the governor in him will step up to the plate and makes the right decision and resign to bring unity and peace to our people and the Sinamay. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, for this time. Jesus Masi, Giliso, and God bless this Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norita. The floor is still open for public comments.
Obviously, to advise his friend would benefit his candidate that he supports now, so credibility. Senyor Speaker, si Joaquin Torres no nanu za gagawin nanayam doon ang kasumasin na sa oportunidad pa bikin to siya sa pagnogan. Mga di sini na tiba bikwentus pa ako sa obviously todam tumungan at si Lucy Ralph. Za pabisangan sa piling nizo, sa piasangan sa silunya. Lo besang anyam dito mo tagi jo pago gwini sa bulag sa hamjo man matata sung pago man hamjo dan si Governor Torres. Governor Patso, Congressman Joel Camacho, August Speaker, Congressman Yumo, Congressman Ato, Nebu si Michelle Staffer. Lo, hamdun man serve din si Governor. Inti nga si Governor kasintaw to. Ti criminal. Tad zangging gwa hababa bidaw niya, inti nga na taza intensyon po sogwi no. Atan afa IJGO na biday siya mapresenta gisa hamzo. Considera afa na law man maalilits na violate. Then atan put favor. Examina hafa magagogamzo perin impeach i gobernador midyo ginigi sa Marianas. Estiayan atsa din sasangan molig bidada niya gobyerno. Ibisinuta, guam maatan mo gizelengnya. Wow. Tay manu pata duplicate si sonya gobyerno ni task force giza maranas. Ti gobyerno at sumogi todo iji. Itaramenti kita giza sinema maranas. Lo jangin pata kusufay na gobyerno. Sa taleles nigi bidanya lo taatan todo lo kisay moling na bidanya. Fanano zung gino zung zanatan maski Tres Santos na tauto manutugi pamasupote gobyerno. Atan na posisyon sinong tufong gidos karnay. Zangin inaatan ni haji in representa no. Interamenti dan ni mas majurat giza maranas mangaygi na manutugi. Mafasozo mafasinamzo. Por favor mga ma-impeach si gobyerno. Zangin patalango si gobyerno pa ako sa patanayo ni Senate hafat sa senuzong parefa magunta siya. Netsuka maulig bidada mo. Zatizan momyo benlanguso. Nigi bidada niya si Selina. Tatunga di tututun si Congressman Babauta. Asangan gugun malunzo be impeach si gobyerno. Lo hanzo na niya manggaygi gini akas sa manggaygi amso gini Congressman Potso. Congressman Joel. Congressman Yumo. Adman manita so insangangan niya do di si tempo Congressman Ato. Di ngayon na bin support impeachment sa intingwa na moli ki gobyerno bidada niya. Ms. Staffler, ako nuevo gini, you're new. You look at the evidence, look at what they're presenting. I ask of you guys, Congressman Yang Timay, atan por favor, afa mapresenta. Kumagay na nahong matutsinya gano'n na level penimpeach si gobyerno. Pudigwa, 1, 2, deskonto na Democrat, hindi intensyon niya. Ufa-fashion namzo. Por favor, considera afen tsetsegi, afen sesenuzong pa tautota, para gobyerno, pa familian niya, pa familian midzo todo. Considera namzo, por favor, so fa-fashion namzo na munga, mabota po ma-impeach, itsilupad gun. Por favor, fa-fashion namzo. Jesus Masi, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Floor is still open for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to greet all of you good morning, but I cannot because it is not a good morning. It is, in fact, an inconsolable and poignant moment in our political history. We are brought to this moment today, and not for any celebratory event to memorialize the achievements of our children and expound on how bright their future could possibly be, but rather to render judgment on your fellow citizen, our Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Ralph Torres, for his willful violation of his sworn duty and infidelity to the rule of law. Thus, the constitutional prescribed remedy is impeachment. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, and members of this august body, your vote to impeach Governor Ralph Torres is so consequential because you're not only voting to impeach him, but most fundamentally, to prevent lawlessness and affirm citizens' absolute and unambiguous authority over their government. The sacredness of citizens' trust is the embodiment of a democratic system of government. I honestly thought that the impeachment of former Governor Benigno Arfitio back in February 11, 2013 will be the first and last time that this august body will exercise its constitutional duty to remove from office a disgraceful elected official. Sadly and regrettably, here we are again today, meeting in this very chamber to repeat the same process what the 18th legislature did just a short 8 years ago, to remove Governor Ralph Torres from the office of the people based on corruption charges and abuse of power. While you may differ in any of the impeachment resolutions, none of you could possibly excuse and forgive Governor Torres of his most egregious and contemptible conduct, which is his betrayal of the people's trust. Trust is the cardinal principles of democracy. Once it is violated and destroyed, it suffers irreparable and lasting damage. Governor Torres cannot defend this government if he is not held accountable to its laws. He cannot command citizens' faithful obedience to the law if he is the perpetrator of its violation. He has lost any moral authority to govern its enforcement. Failing to impeach Governor Torres sends a message to our young citizens that those in power not held accountable for their misdeeds are above the law. An historian, writer, statesman, and politician, the 26th President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt, said it succinctly well. Quote, no man is above the law, and no man is below it. Nor do we ask any man's permission when we require him to obey it. Obedience to the law is demanded as a right, not as a favor, unquote. Governor Torres violated our laws, defied the constitutional authority of the legislature, and arrogantly unfaithful to the people's trust. He is not above the law, therefore, he must be forced to obey the law by removing him from the office that demands it. Upholding the integrity of the office of the governor and the institution of our government depends on those citizens, elected or otherwise, who genuinely believes in its infinite power to make the lives of its citizens better. By voting to remove Governor Torres from the office of the people, you are defending the idea that a government's legitimate and moral right to use its power is justified and lawful only when consented by the people over which that political power is exercised. For your unyielding devotion to the Constitution and loyalty to our citizens' inalienable right to justice, I ask that you peacefully and honorably make your voice heard. Vote for the impeachment of Governor Torres. It is morally, ethically, and legally right to do so, because you also have sworn to protect and defend the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. By failing your duty to the Constitution, you are aiding and abetting to the destruction of citizens.
Mr. Kitugwa, sorry to interrupt, but please wrap it up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Fundamental right to clean and honest government. Do not give Governor Torres a favor to escape away from taking personal responsibility for his covert, fraudulent, and unlawful use of the people's resources. He has demonstrated consistently that his concept of people's interest was subserviently inferior with his concept of his own interest. For betraying the most sacred power of citizens, their vote of trust, Governor Torres is a danger to this community.
Mr. Kitugwa, I'm
Yes,
going to
I
give you
will be
30
wrapping it up,
seconds,
please.
sir.
Must be forever barred from holding public office ever again. This could only be possible if you, as elected representative, execute your rarest constitutional obligation to the people and the law by impeaching him and removing him from office he occupies but has very little respect and allegiance to. Lastly, honorable members of this august body, grace your children with the honor of your integrity in upholding the constitutional dignity of the office you all were entrusted to represent. Remove Governor Torres from the office of trust by voting in favor of the impeachment resolutions and relieve this community from their prolonged griefs and suffering. Our people have endured their pain long enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kitugwa. Floor is still open for public comments. I recognize Representative Leila Staffler. If there are no public comments out there in the lobby. Sarge, are we clear? Okay, for the members that will be reading public comments that were submitted, please state the name of the individual, just as if it's an individual coming in to give public comments. Thank you. Recognize Representative Staffler.
Thank you, Speaker. I received this email yesterday afternoon from Miss Marie Castro. She is the former Sister Soledad of Mount Carmel, a co-founder of Mount Carmel Parochial School with Sister Bertha and Friar Arnold from 1952 to 1953. She writes, I cannot continue to be silent when my people are so disturbed of this governor's corruption in this administration. We, the people, must strongly encourage and support the senators and impeachment committee of the Saipan, Tinian, Rhoda, and Pagan to exercise your moral, ethical integrity, to do the right thing and put an end to this corrupt administration. The Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee was obligated to exercise its power to investigate the wrongdoings of Governor Ralph Torres. He was found in contempt, and in the decision to impeach him was made. He has denied any wrongdoing and has said he has nothing to hide. Why then did he refuse to appear and testify under oath to explain his actions? Even after he was given ample time to voluntarily present himself to testify, he still failed to appear, and the case should have ended there. Instead, he hired an expensive lawyer from Washington, D.C. to defend him at the cost of the taxpayers. There are only two roads to follow in our lifetime, and the right road and wrong road. The public opinion polls have spoken loud and clear and have been consistently over 70% in favor of convicting Governor Ralph Torres. Do not be tempted by the 30 pieces of silver. He would do anything to get you on his side. Let us in the CNMI community join this new year to restore our reputation and put an end to corruption. Your decision is vital in this crisis, and your seat depends on your vote in the next election. Thank you, Ms. Marie S. Castro. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Leila Staffler. Any other member that, okay, recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to read into the record a letter from a concerned citizen from the island of Tinian. The CNMI legislature is the people's house, and if the office of the public auditor and the attorney general's office will not enforce our U.S. and CNMI constitution on the questionable reimbursement, lavish spending, then who do we count on to enforce our constitution? I do understand that we have two committees in our people's house, the lower house and the upper house, to ensure that government spending must be justified in the best interest of the CNMI under our U.S. and CNMI Constitution, and that committee, in my opinion, is JGO in the House and EAGI in the Senate. The overwhelming evidence has been presented, collaborated by government witnesses, and documents were provided by our CNMI Finance. The massive investigation undertaken by the JGO committee revealed a pattern of questionable reimbursements. I humbly ask that this CNMI legislature vote with their consciousness, not party lines. The evidence presented on suspicion of corruption, abuse of power, etc., are impeachable offenses, in my opinion. Lastly, I quote B. Octor, J. Katz, M. Graham. A simple definition of abuse of power is the misuse of a position of power to take unjust advantage of individuals, organizations, or governments. Abuse of power have been variously described as white-collar crime, economic crime, organizational crime, occupational crime, public corruption, and governmental and corporate deviance. The common element of these crimes is deceit. Although such acts have been perpetrated since earliest history, recent technological and social changes have created a climate more conducive to them. Efforts in the United States to understand and combat white-collar crime have included data collection, enactment of legislation, proposals for additional legislation, designation of white-collar crimes as one of 4 priority areas in the Department of Justice, efforts by federal regulatory agencies, and expanded state and local agency efforts. Training programs have been set up to develop the skills needed to investigate these crimes. In the current economic climate, careful spending of available funds is essential to maintain the emphasis on improving prevention, enforcement, and prosecution. Internationally, information should be shared on common problems, and cooperative approaches to combating transnational crimes should be sought. It is real. Napara. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. any other member that may have received a public comment from a member of our public, from the community that they would like to read? None? All right, thank you, members. We'll move now to item number 3, adoption of journal, and I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under item 3, adoption of journals, we have one item, 6-day second regular session journal dated December 20th, 2021.
Thank you, clerk. I now would like to recognize the floor leader for the motion to adopt the journal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now offer a motion to adopt 6-day second regular session journal dated December 20, 2021. So moved.
A motion has been made to adopt the 6-day second regular session journal dated December 20, 2021. Has been seconded. Any discussion? Ready? Okay. All in favor to adopt the journal, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The journal is hereby adopted. Members, we'll now take a 5-minute recess. We'll go on recess. Okay, we rise back to session. Before we went on recess, we adopted the 6-day second regular session journal dated December 20, 2021. Oh, my apologies, Sarge. Can we get the clerk? Quick recess again. All right, back from recess again. Before we went on recess, the clerk was not here. Now she's here. Clerk, before we move forward, please note that Leader Angel Demapan is present. And before we move forward to the introduction of bills, I'd like to recognize the floor leader to suspend pertinent rules to amend the agenda. Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll offer a motion to suspend Rule 3, Section 6 to include bills and resolutions. Thank you. So move.
A motion has been made by the floor leader to amend the agenda to include a resolution and has been seconded. Any discussion? Ready? Okay, all in favor? Oh, my apologies, clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Ada? Representative Hatto?
Yes.
I'll come back to you. Representative Selena Babauta?
Okay.
Representative Sheila Babauta?
Yes.
Representative Joel Kamatsu?
I'm good.
Representative Vicente Kamatsu?
Yes.
Representative Demapan?
I'm good.
Representative Flores?
Yes.
Representative Guerrero?
I'm good.
Representative Lizama?
Yes.
Representative Mangokia?
Yes.
Representative Manglonia?
Yes.
Representative Probst?
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan?
Yes.
Representative Jean Paul Sablan?
I'm good.
Representative Sidney Glass?
Yes.
Representative Staffler?
Yes.
Representative Yanktamai?
Awe.
Representative Yumo?
Yes.
Representative Ada?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, all 20 members voted yes.
With all 20 members voting yes, the motion hereby passes. And the agenda has been amended to include a resolution. Thank you, members. We now move down to item number 4, introduction of bills. And I recognize Chairman Representative Donald Manglonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Formally introducing House Bill number 22-91 to amend the Appropriations Act of Fiscal Year 2022, Public Law 22-08, to establish a business unit and properly fund the retirees' bonus, and for other purposes, pre-filed by myself, co-sponsored by several others, and is open for sponsorship. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Manglonia. And due to the urgency, I'd like to act on this bill today, and I'd like to place it on today's calendar. So I recognize the floor leader to suspend the pertinent rules. Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll offer a motion to suspend Rule 9, Section 8, referrals of bills and resolution to place House Bill number 22-91 on today's bill calendar. So move.
Thank you, floor leader. A motion has been made by the floor leader and has been seconded. Any discussion? Ready? Okay, all in favor for the motion, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 22-91 is hereby placed on today's calendar for action. Thank you, members. We now move down to House local bills, and I recognize Representative Leila Staffler.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to introduce House Local Bill number 22-29 to reappropriate $9,784.20 allotted under Saipan Local Law 19-23, $1,149.20 allotted under Saipan Local Law 19-19, and $12.55 allotted under Saipan Local Law 20-09, and for other purposes, pre-filed by myself and my partner, Representative Richard Lizama. Thank you.
With no further local bills and no House legislative initiatives, we now move down to item number 5, which is the introduction of resolutions. And I recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm introducing House Joint Resolution 2212 to strongly encourage and endorse the issuance of a new local economic impact payment to provide direct and expedited financial relief to qualified households of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and the expansion of eligibility for premium pay bonuses for essential workers in the government and private sector. Introduced by myself and others and open to other co-sponsors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. House Joint Resolution 22-12 will be placed on today's calendar for action. Recognize Vice Speaker Atta.
Speaker, the mover of House Joint Resolution 22-12 has no objection. May I ask that we introduce as Committee of the Whole?
I have no objection to that.
Thank you.
Any objection, members? No objection. Okay, House Joint Resolution 22-12 is hereby introduced as a whole by the committee. Thank you. I now recognize Representative Joseph Lipon Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is to officially introduce House Joint Resolution number 22-13 to authorize the Marianas Public Land Trust, MPLT, to receive and administer $50 million as sub-recipient of the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds from the American Rescue Plan Act and for other purposes, introduced by myself and others. And if there's no objection, I'd like to put this as a committee as a whole.
Recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just respectfully ask that we hold off on introducing a committee of the whole. I have not had time to review this proposal, and I would like for that time before my name is added to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. Recognize Representative Donald Manglonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also respectfully requesting that we can maybe send this to committee to conduct further research and gather information to present to the whole body so that we can all join in on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Manglonia. So at the request of the Chairman of Ways and Means, I will refer this House Joint Resolution 22-13 to the Committee of Ways and Means, and I ask the Chairman to work on this expeditiously as much as possible. Thank you, members. And because the agenda has been amended, I now recognize Representative John Paul Sablan under House Commemorative Resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And introducing a unnumbered commemorative resolution, a House commemorative resolution to honor and commend the late Dennis M. Regis for his astounding dedication and extensive services to the people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and to extend our sincere and heartfelt condolences to his bereaved family on his untimely passing. So forth. Thank you. And if there's no objection, I'd like to request that we offer this as a committee as a whole.
No objection.
Thank you, Representative John Paul Sablan. I was just informed by the clerk that this will be House Commemorative Resolution 22-6, and it has been introduced as a committee as a whole. Thank you, members. We have no House concurrent resolutions. We now move down to item number 6, messages from the governor. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under item 6, messages from the governor, we have 3 items. Governor's Communication 22-100 through 22-102.
Thank you, Clerk. Any discussions under messages from the governor? Ready? All right. Thank you, members. I will refer Governor's Communication 22-102 to the Committee of PUTC and JGO. Thank you, members. We now move down to item number 7, Senate Communications. I recognize the clerk.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Under item 7, Senate Communications, we have Senate Communication 22-65, 2266, 2268, 2269, 2270, and 2271.
Thank you, Clerk. I will now recognize the floor leader for the proper motion to accept Senate Communications. Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll offer a motion to accept Senate Communication 22-65, 22-66, 22-68, and 22-69, 22-70, and 22-71. So moved.
A motion has been made by the floor leader to accept Senate Communications and has been seconded. Any discussion? Ready? All in favor to accept Senate Communications, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Communication 22-65 will be referred to the Committee on Federal and Foreign Affairs and PUTC. Senate Communications 22-66 will be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. And the other Senate communications are just for information purposes. Thank you, members. We now move down to item number 8, House Communications. I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under item 8, House Communications, we have 3 items, House Communication 2259 through 2261.
Thank you, clerk. Any discussions under House Communications? Ready? Thank you, members. We move down to communications from the judicial branch. We have none. We move down to item number 10, communications from department and agencies, and I recognize the clerk.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Under item 10, communications from departments and agencies, we have 3 items, Department Agency Communication 2238 to 2240.
Thank you, clerk. Any discussion under communications from departments and agencies? All right, ready? All right. I'd like to refer Department and Agency Communication 22-40 to the Committee on PUTC and members. As you can see on our agenda, there's a hyperlink there. If you'd like to provide your feedback regarding the long-range CNMI Highway Master Plan for the islands of Saipan, Tinian, and Rota. Thank you, members. We now move down to miscellaneous communications, and I recognize the clerk.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Under item 11, miscellaneous communications, we have miscellaneous communication 2285 through 2290.
Thank you, clerk. Any discussions under miscellaneous communications? We're ready? All right, thank you, members. I will be referring miscellaneous communications, communication 22-90 to the Committee on Ways and Means. Thank you, members. We have no reports of standing committee. We now move down to item number 13, reports of special and conference committee, and I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under item 13, reports of special and conference committees, we have 1 item, committee report number 22-1 from your special investigative committee on impeachment, reporting on House Resolution 22-14.
Thank you, clerk. I now recognize the floor leader for the proper motion to adopt special committee report 22-1. Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll offer a motion to adopt Special and Conference Committee Report number 22-1 from your Special Investigating Committee on Impeachment, reporting on House Resolution number 22-14 entitled Impeaching Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, pursuant to Article 2, Section 8 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth, for commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty in violation of Article 3, Section 19 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth. Your Special Investigating Committee on Impeachment recommends that the full membership, the full body of the House. So move.
A motion has been made by the floor leader to adopt special committee report number 22-1 and has been seconded. Any discussions? Recognize Vice Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if we can maybe consider a technical error just on the date, it says January 4, 2021. It should reflect January 4, 2022 on the committee report. Are there any
Clerk?
objections from the members?
No objections. Council, is that can be treated as a technical, right? Council, the amendment
date.
to the date, that can be treated as a technical, yeah, okay. No, that's why we're asking you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
Mr. Speaker.
Council.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, members. And also, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the members of your special committee, specifically Leader Angel Demapan, Reps Lee Pon, Guerrero, Reps Joe Flores, Rep Patrick San Nicolas, Reps Tina Sablan, Karina Magofnia, Leila Staffler, and Donald Manglonia for getting organized and getting these documents out from the committee and for the full body to address the issue. So with that, to our colleagues in that special committee, thank you again for your time and your effort. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ready? Okay, just so the public is clear, this is just to adopt the special committee report to place it on calendar. Just so we are clear. With no further discussion, I recognize the clerk to please call the roll for the adoption of Special Committee Report 22-1. Clerk?
Representative Bata? Representative Pato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babauta?
Again.
Representative Sheila Babauta?
Yes.
Representative Joel Kamatsu?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Vicente Kamatsu?
Yes.
Representative Damapan?
Good.
Representative Flores?
Yes.
Representative Guerrero?
Good.
Representative Lezama?
Yes.
Representative Magofnia?
Yes.
Representative Manglonia?
Yes.
Representative Probst?
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan?
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan?
Again.
Representative Cindy Claus?
Yes.
Representative Staffler?
Yes.
Representative Yang Tamay?
Aware.
Representative Yumo?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Aware.
Mr. Speaker, all 20 members voted yes.
With all 20 members voting yes, Special Committee Report number 22-1 is hereby adopted and placed on the resolution calendar for today's action. Members, we will skip resolution calendar for now and proceed to bill calendar to act on House Bill 22-91. So I now recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I offer a motion to suspend Rule 7, Section 9, Committee Reports and Other Documents, and Rule 9, Section 9 and 10. So move.
A motion has been made by the floor leader to suspend pertinent rules and has been seconded. Any discussion? Ready? All right. All in favor? For the motion made by the floor leader to suspend pertinent rules, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. I now recognize the floor leader for the proper motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now offer a motion to adopt House Bill number 22-91, a bill for an act to amend Appropriation Act of Fiscal Year 2022, Public Law 22-8 to establish business unit and properly fund the retirees bonus and for other purposes. So move.
Second.
Thank you, floor leader. A motion has been made by the floor leader for the passage of House Bill 22-91 and has been seconded. Any discussions on the floor? Recognize Representative Donald Manglonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce a floor amendment, and I believe copies were distributed to all members. So we wanted to include the OPA fee, which is an additional 13,000, and so the new amount that will be reprogrammed and reappropriated would be $1,313,000. And so everywhere in the bill that states 1,300,000, it will now reflect 113,000. And so if you look at page 1, line 8, after the word 100, we'll insert 13,000. Page 1, line 9, delete 1,300,000 and insert the dollar figure 1,313,000. Page 2, line 2, after the word 100, insert 13,000. Page 2, line 3, delete 1,300,000 and insert the dollar amount 1,313,000. Page 4, line 4, after the word 100, insert 13,000. Same line, delete 1,300,000 and insert the dollar figure 1,313,000. Page 4, line 20, after the word 100, insert 13,000. Page 4, line 20, delete 1,300,000 and insert the dollar amount 1,313,000. And Schedule 9 or Schedule A and C shall be replaced in its entirety with the newly amended Schedule A and C attached to this floor amendment. And this is to reflect the additional 13,000 as well as some calculation correction. Consistent with the intent of the foregoing amendments, I hereby also move to allow the legal counsel together with the House clerk to make further non-substantive technical amendments that are strictly necessary to effectuate the intent of this floor amendment prior to transmittal. So move.
Thank you, Representative Manglonia. An amendment has been offered by Representative Manglonia and has been seconded. Everyone has a copy of the amendment. Any discussion? Ready? All in favor for the amendment offered by Representative Manglonia, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 22-91 is now hereby House Bill 22-91, House Draft 1. Now we're back to the main motion. I recognize Representative Donald Manglonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. So in regards to this bill, on December 14, 2021, Governor Torres submitted a request to the legislature to allow for reprogramming of funds for the sole purpose of funding retiree bonuses. He proposes to take funds from the governor and lieutenant governor's discretionary accounts and also from the Department of Finance. On December 15th, the Senate adopted Senate Joint Resolution 2205, which approves the governor's request to create a new program and business unit and to reprogram $1.3 million from the general fund to pay for the retirees' bonuses. At our last House session, the Vice Speaker had raised several concerns, and these concerns are shared by the rest of the leadership. Absent a funding source and not clearly identifying which business units will be affected, we cannot allow for this reprogramming of funds from our local resources and use ARPA or any other federal resources to backfill these accounts. As we all know, payments to pension funds are not allowed under the ARPA rules and guidelines. The leadership wanted to allocate local funds from clearly identified funding sources, and in doing so, we propose the following. To reappropriate funds that were line item vetoed in Section 703D1A, $39,443 from current House member salary. Section 704C, $50,500 that was initially allotted for the market feasibility study that was given to OPD. Micronesian Legal Services, which was line item vetoed in the amount of $156,550. And then we reprogrammed funds from the Office of the Governor Business Unit 1011 in the amount of $66,660. And the Marianas Visitors Authority for $858,006. In total, we've identified $1,300,000 for the bonuses and $13,000 for the 1% OPA fee. Now, while ARPA is used to supplement the shortfall in our resources, we want to ensure that we do not put our government at risk of any violations to the ARPA rules. We realize and acknowledge all the hard work our retirees have put into bettering the lives of our people and the Commonwealth, and we wanted to reward that by doing it in a fiscally responsible manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Manglonia. Any further discussions? Recognize Vice Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to thank our Chairman of Ways and Means, Representative Manglonia, for taking the lead in addressing this issue that was brought up in the last session and was presented to the House via Senate Joint Resolution. We all agreed as members of the House that the Senate Joint Resolution was not the right tool to utilize in getting the 25% to the retirees, and this bill will address that issue. Furthermore, we've been criticized as a House that we could have just acted on the joint resolution and proceeded forward, and even saying that they met with the AG's office and said that it was legally sufficient. Unfortunately, we got a copy of the AG's opinion, or so-called opinion, that they were utilizing against the House members, that the money should be by appropriation as stated under the AG's opinion. On top of that, the AG's opinion was reflecting the CDL loan, which is the $88 million that the 21st legislature has acted on to get additional $88 million from FEMA to address the issues of the CNMI. In addition to that, if just for the sake of argument that the joint resolution was effective, even creating a business unit without putting a dollar figure in that business unit would not allow any reprogramming into those specific accounts to address the 25% of the retirees bonus. Therefore, this legislation 22-91 HD1 as presented by this body is the rightful avenue in getting the 25% to the retirees. And with that, I'd like to thank the Chairman of Ways and Means and our colleagues for raising that concern in the last session. And we move forward, and we hope for speedy action on the Senate side so we can get the retirees 25%. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. Any further discussions? We're ready? Okay, Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Bata? Representative Pato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babauta?
Hindi.
Representative Sheila Babauta?
Yes.
Representative Joel Komatsu?
Yes.
Representative Vicente Komatsu?
Yes.
Representative Dimapan?
Good.
Representative Flores?
Yes.
Representative Guerrero?
Good.
Representative Lizama?
Yes.
Representative Mangofnia?
Yes.
Representative Manglonia?
Yes.
Representative Probst?
Yes.
Representative Cristina Sablan?
Yes.
Representative Jean Paul Sablan?
Good.
Representative Nicolas?
Yes.
Representative Staffler?
Yes.
Representative Youngtamay?
Aware.
Representative Yumo?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, all 20 members voted yes.
Thank you, Clerk. With all 20 members voting yes, House Bill 22-91 HD1 hereby passes the House. All right, members, we now move back to the resolutions calendar, and I recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll offer a motion to adopt House. Sorry, Speaker. One second. Recess.
Quick recess. Before we went on recess, the floor leader had the floor, so Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now offer a motion to adopt House Commemorative Resolution 22-6, a House commemorative resolution to honor and commend the late Dennis M. Regis for his outstanding dedication and extensive service to the people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and to extend our sincere heartfelt condolences to his bereaved family on his untimely passing. So moved.
A motion has been made by the floor leader to adopt House Commemorative Resolution 22-6 and has been seconded. Discussion? Ready? All in favor to adopt House Commemorative Resolution 22-6, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Commemorative Resolution 22-6 is hereby adopted. Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now offer a motion to adopt House Joint Resolution 22-12, a House Joint Resolution to strongly encourage and endorse the issuance of local economic impact payment to provide direct and expedited financial relief to qualified households of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and the expansion of eligibility for premium pay bonuses for essential workers in the government and private sector. So moved.
Thank you, floor leader. A motion has been made by the floor leader to adopt House Joint Resolution 22-12, and it has been seconded. Any discussions? Recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, House Joint Resolution 2212 calls for the issuance of a new local stimulus to provide relief to the many, many struggling individuals and families across the Marianas who need it. So many people are still waiting for pandemic unemployment assistance, emergency rental assistance. So many people remain unemployed or underemployed. So many people need this help. This joint resolution proposes $500 per eligible adult and $500 per dependent, using income-based guidelines from previous federal stimulus packages, and that these economic impact payments be in the form of direct financial assistance to eligible households, not debit cards. We believe that people should have the freedom and flexibility to decide how they wish to apply these funds to weather these difficult times. More small businesses in the local economy would be able to benefit from this stimulus this time around. This joint resolution also urges for the expansion of premium pay bonuses to frontliners in the public and private sectors who have so far been excluded from the administration's distribution of bonuses these past few weeks. If we have learned anything from this pandemic, it is that our definition of who is essential should be broadened. There are many frontliners throughout the government and private sector who have shown up for work throughout this pandemic at great personal risk to themselves and their loved ones, and their service should be recognized as well. I ask for your support, colleagues, and I thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. Any further discussions? Ready, members? Ready? All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Vada? Representative Vato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babauta?
Hindi.
Representative Sheila Babauta?
Yes.
Representative Joel Kamotso?
Yes.
Representative Vicente Kamotso?
Yes.
Representative Demapan?
Good.
Representative Flores?
Yes.
Representative Guerrero?
Good.
Representative Lezama?
Yes.
Representative Magogna?
Yes.
Representative Mangalonia?
Yes.
Representative Probst? Representative Christina Sablan?
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan?
Hungen.
Representative Nicolas?
Yes.
Representative Staffler?
Yes.
Representative Yanktamai?
Hungen.
Representative Yumo?
Yes.
Representative Probst? Mr. Speaker?
With
Mr. Speaker, 19 members present voted yes.
19 members voting yes, House Joint Resolution number 22-12 is hereby adopted. Members, before we act on House Resolution 22-14, we will go on a lunch break. And when we get back, we will act on this resolution. Please be back in an hour. Thank you, members. We are now in recess. Before we went on recess, we adopted House Joint Resolution 22-12, and Representative Probst had to step out. And if there's no objection, if we can go back to House Joint Resolution number 22-12 to include his votes, I greatly appreciate it. Any objection? Thank you, members. All right, thank you, members. So we are now back to House Joint Resolution 22-12, and I'd like to recognize Representative Probst to give his vote. Recognize Representative Probst.
Representative Probst?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, all 20 members voted yes.
Thank you, Clerk, and just to let that record reflect that all 20 members present has voted to adopt House Joint Resolution 22-12. Thank you, members. We'll now proceed to House Resolution 22-14. And before I recognize the floor leader, I'd just like to inform the members and the viewing public that the floor leader will make the motion for the adoption of House Resolution 22-14. However, we will be going article by article. We'll be voting article by article. Of course, each article requiring at least 2/3, which is the magic number is 14 for each article to stick. Are we clear? And then after all the articles, we will vote for the resolution as a whole. And again, it also requires at least the 2/3. We clear? All right, thank you. I now recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last on our resolution calendar, and offer a motion to adopt House Resolution number 22-14, a House Resolution impeaching Ralph Delon Guerrero Torres, Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, pursuant to Article 2, Section 8 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth, for commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty in violation of Article 3, Section 19 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth. So move.
Thank you, floor leader. A motion has been made by the floor leader to adopt House Resolution 22-14. Any discussions before we move forward to the articles? I recognize Representative Ben Camacho.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting colleagues and the viewing public. To the public who are present here today, welcome to your house. Colleagues, I don't know that there's anything else to defend. The articles of impeachment are clear. These articles of impeachment were derived through thousands of pages, 2 years of investigation. The evidence are fact. What we should be defending is where we stand with the people who elected us into office. We were all elected into office individually. Collectively, we have an obligation to the people. Let us reflect on our campaign promises. Let us relook at our morals, our values, and ethics that are a big part of why we are sitting here in the People's House. We collectively raised the right hand and recited the oath of office. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, the covenant to establish a Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands in political union with the United States of America, the applicable provisions of the Constitution, laws, and treaties of the United States of America, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties as a representative of the 22nd Northern Marianas Commonwealth Legislature to the best of my ability, so help me God. Colleagues, I will not convince you. I will not ask you or fault you in your decision. This I will say, that you are supposed to be committed, you are obligated, and your fiduciary duties are to listen and follow the people's mandates. We, after all, are supposed to work for the people. There are no gains or losses with what we're about to do this afternoon. What we're about to do is constitutional and is law. Today, the people will see, the people will hear, the people will speak, and the people will judge. Let us remember our place in the house of the people, and let us remember our oath of office. God bless us all. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Camacho. Any further recognized Representative Tina Sablan.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues, fellow citizens of the Commonwealth. Our system of democracy is founded upon the principles of checks and balances among three separate and co-equal branches of government. Impeachment is a remedy provided in our Constitution for the legislature to hold the governor accountable for grave offenses committed against that system, against the people he serves, the people we all serve, in violation of their trust. Impeachment is a remedy for abuses of office. It is the constitutional authority to effectively respond to egregious acts of official misconduct and to prevent any further harm to the public good. House Resolution 2214 charges Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres with 2 articles of felony commission involving theft and fraud, 2 articles of corruption involving illegal first-class and business-class travel and misuse of government resources, and 2 articles of neglect of duty involving negligence in crisis and contempt of the legislature. This impeachment resolution arises out of more than 2 years of legislative investigation, and especially in the last 7 months, through the diligent and meticulous work of the Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee. The record is voluminous. We obtained and reviewed tens of thousands of pages of government documents from multiple departments and agencies, including but not limited to the Office of the Governor, the Department of Finance, the Department of Public Safety, and the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation. We conducted hours of hearings with witnesses who testified under oath. Put all these pieces together, and what emerges is a pattern of waste, fraud, and abuse committed by the highest executive official in the land. We are here today because the evidence shows that Governor Torres has violated his oath of office and the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth. Worse, he committed these acts during times of severe hardship for the people of the Marianas, when so many individuals and families were reeling from the impacts of typhoon disasters, economic crisis, government austerity, and pandemic. We are here today because Governor Torres is unfit to continue in public service. His offenses against the Commonwealth warrant his impeachment and removal from office. And we, the legislature, the first branch of government, have a duty to hold him accountable and prevent any further harm to the people's trust. I yield at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. I now recognize Representative Selena Babalta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to read into the record for the viewing public and my colleagues here in this House the beginning and the clauses that lead up into the charges of the, as stated in House Resolution 22-14. Whereas Article 2, Section 8 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, titled Impeachment, provides in relevant part that the legislature may impeach those executive officers of the Commonwealth subject to impeachment under this Constitution. The House of Representatives may initiate impeachment proceedings by the affirmative vote of 2/3 of its members, and the Senate may convict after hearing by the affirmative vote of 2/3 of its members. And whereas Article 3, Section 19 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, titled Impeachment, provides in relevant part that the governor is subject to impeachment as provided in Article 2, Section 8 of this Constitution for treason, commission of a felony, corruption, or neglect of duty. And whereas the House of Representatives adopted House Resolution 22-1 on January 11, 2021, thereby establishing the Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee, JGO, as both a standing and investigatory committee that was authorized by Section 2, Article 14B of the CNMI Constitution, to compel the attendance and testimony of witnesses by Title I, Section 1301 et sequence of the Commonwealth Code, to issue subpoenas requiring the attendance of witnesses and subpoenas ducis tecum, requiring the production of books, documents, and other evidence in any matter pending before either the House or a committee. And by House Rule 7, Section 3, to summon and examine witnesses, search and examine records, and provide that everything shall be done to bring all facts pertaining to the matter before the House. And whereas House Rule 7, Section 3, provides that each committee of the House is authorized to study, analyze all facts relating to the subject which would fall within its jurisdiction as indicated by the rules, including necessary revision of existing laws, other legislation relating to such subjects, investigate the need for legislation and in a particular area, and to oversee activities carried out pursuant to laws regarding subjects, and for such purposes shall constitute an investigating committee. And Speaker Edmund S. Villagomez on June 3rd, 2021, referred to the JGO a memorandum to review and conduct any and all investigations relating to House Communication 22-19, report on the public expenditures of Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, violations of laws, areas of abuse, and recommendations for oversight and reform, and the JGO investigation pursuant to that referral brought to light further evidence of the governor's waste and abuse of public funds. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, is hereby impeached pursuant to Article 2, Section 8 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands for commissions of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty, in violation of Article 3, Section 19 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the Commonwealth Senate for trial. And be it further resolved that the Speaker of the House of Representatives shall certify and the House clerk shall attest to the adoption of this resolution, and therefore the House clerk shall transmit a certified copy to the Honorable Jude U. Hofschneider, Senate President, the 22nd Northern Marianas Commonwealth Legislature, and Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, Governor, Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. These articles of impeachment are hereby exhibited, debated, and adopted by the House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands in the name of itself and of the people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands against Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, Governor, Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, in support of its impeachment against him for commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Selena Babauta. Any further discussions before we move forward to the articles? Ready? Ready. All right. We will now proceed to Article 1, which is Commission of Felony, Theft of Utility Services. I now open the floor for discussion. Recognize Representative Corina Magofnia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his conduct while governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully discharge his duties as governor and to the best of his ability, support and defend the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and in violation of his constitutional responsibility to faithfully execute the laws, has willfully committed a felony against the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, to wit, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres utilized his position as governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to commit theft of utility services in violation of Title VI, Section 1609 of the Commonwealth Code by unjustly and without legal authorization obtaining in excess of $177,000 in taxpayer-funded utility benefits from the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation for his privately owned residences during the period February 2015 through August 2021, to include exorbitant utility expenses associated with the commercial piggery that was operating on his residential property, and further requested and received unjust utility benefits for at least 2 residences at the same time in Esteo and in Coblerville for a period of approximately 16 months. Theft of utility services in excess of $20,000 is punishable pursuant to Title VI, Section 1609 D1 of the Commonwealth Code by imprisonment of not more than 10 years and a fine of not more than $10,000 or both. Even assuming arguendo that Governor Torres was authorized to receive the benefit of taxpayer-paid utilities at his private estate, pursuant to the Department of Finance's interpretation of Title I, Section 8222 of the Commonwealth Code, which provides for government housing for the governor and other key elected officials, the law does not explicitly authorize the payment of utilities at said properties. Furthermore, no law nor any regulation or policy of the Department of Finance provide the taxpayer-funded benefit of utilities at 2 or more residential properties or multiple accounts at the same time for any elected official. Wherefore, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, by such conduct, warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Magofnia. I now recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the facts and charges described in Article 1 are based upon the JGO Committee's review of records that include billings and payments for multiple residential utility accounts belonging to Governor Torres during the period February 2015 through August 2021, including records showing overlapping months during which the government paid for multiple residential accounts at the same time. Documentation obtained from CUC of the meters feeding particular structures and areas on Governor Torres's residential properties, including his homes, outside kitchen, and piggery. Requests for reimbursement of certain billings submitted by Governor Torres to the Department of Finance, including reimbursement for a cash payment he made to CUC totaling approximately $6,700. Sworn testimonies received from CUC Executive Director Gary Camacho, Finance Director Bernie Palacios, Special Assistant for Administration Matilde Rosario, Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, and the Governor's Chief of Protective Security, Joey Cruz. We also reviewed CNMI laws pertaining to theft of utility services and government housing, which are referenced in this article. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. Any further discussion? Recognize Representative Leila Staffler.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, this article of impeachment just shows the kind of pattern of abuse and preferential treatment that this governor has unjustly benefited from. He has blatantly taken advantage of his privilege, living lavishly extending it even to family members, with taxpayers footing the bill. This governor's excessive water usage, inclusive of the piggery, was tens and even thousands of gallons a month during the period that was reviewed. That doesn't include the periods that were not reviewed before that. Meanwhile, water rationing is still happening in areas around Saipan, including Asteo. Had the JGO not done this investigation, the people of the CNMI would probably have continued to pay for this part of their business operations and more. It's irrefutable that the piggery exists. The JGO continues to review documents provided to the committee about this issue, including internal water quality and NPS branch communications from BECQ dated February 11th of 2016 regarding some broken septic tanks and the resulting overflow into a local stream bed adjacent to the piggery owned by this governor and his brother. And when he was delinquent in processing his CUC payments and even racking up late fees, he was never disconnected. Now compare that to the common citizen. Each of us here today has received calls from the citizens who have been trying to find ways to pay for their CUC bills. And they're disconnected for a measly $124. They lose their deposit. They have to start the process all over again, standing in line for hours, rain or shine, waiting for their turn. Yet this governor, all he has to do is pick up the phone. Pick up the phone and the problem is fixed. This governor can delay processing of his bill, which is in the thousands, and no disconnection fee and no penalties. Yet the taxpayers, they pay the fees. And all he has to do really is hand that billing over to his secretary. Yet he follows a different process too, which we all learned from his KKMP interview, where he collects money and cash from his family to pay his bill, which then he gets reimbursed for. And that just seems like an unnecessary step when he could easily just take that piece of paper, hand it to his secretary assistant, and that person would process it. But no, why add these other steps? It just doesn't add up. And so with that, Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Representative Staffler. Any further discussions? Ready? Okay, I now recognize the clerk to please call the roll on Article 1, theft of utility service.
Representative Vata,
No.
Representative Vato,
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta,
Hungan.
Representative Sheila Babalta,
Yes.
Representative Joel Komatsu,
Yes.
Representative Vicente Komatsu,
Yes.
Representative Demapan,
Aye.
Representative Flores,
Abstain.
Representative Guerrero,
Aye.
Representative Lizama,
Yes.
Representative Mangovnia,
Hungan.
Representative Maglonia,
Yes.
Representative Probst,
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan,
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan,
Hungan.
Representative Nicolas,
No.
Representative Staffler,
Yes.
Representative Yanktonai,
Awad.
Representative Yumo. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 15 members voted yes, 4 members voted no, and 1 member abstained.
Thank you, clerk. With 15 voting yes, Article 1, theft of utility services is hereby adopted. We now move down to Article 2, commission of felony theft. And I now open up the floor for discussion. I recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
In his conduct while governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully discharge his duties as governor and to the best of his ability to support and defend the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and in violation of his constitutional responsibility to faithfully execute the laws, has willfully committed multiple felonies against the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, to wit, Count 1, Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, between April 28, 2018 to May 8, 2018, utilized his position as governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to commit theft in violation of Title VI, Section 1601A of the Commonwealth Code by unlawfully and fraudulently taking public funds to obtain airfare, stipend, and lodging to attend a political campaign event in the state of Oregon on or about April 30th, 2018. Governor Torres's trip to attend a campaign rally in Oregon, which included first class and business class airfare for himself and his spouse, Mrs. Diane Tudela Torres, as well as 1 day of stipend and a one-night stay in a hotel on or about April 29, 2018 to April 30th, 2018, cost CNMI taxpayers approximately $16,559.41. Count 2. Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, between June 22, 2018 to June 24, 2018, utilized his position as governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to commit theft in violation of Title VI, Section 1601A of the Commonwealth Code by unlawfully and fraudulently taking public funds to obtain airfare, stipend, and lodging to attend a political campaign event in the territory of Guam on or about June 23, 2018. Governor Torres's trip to attend a campaign rally on Guam, which included business class airfare, 1 day of stipend, and a one-night stay in a hotel on or about June 23, 2018 to June 24, 2018, cost CNMI taxpayers approximately $6,036.70. I yield at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. I now recognize Representative Donald Manglonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Count 3. Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, on or about September 15, 2017, in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands on the island of Saipan, utilized his position as governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to commit theft in violation of Title VI, Section 1601A of the Commonwealth Code by unlawfully taking public funds to reimburse himself for fuel in the amount of $919.10 that he fraudulently claimed was for the benefit of a Department of Public Safety vessel. Evidence obtained from testimony made under oath during the JGO investigatory hearings revealed that DPS vessels routinely utilized for the governor's personal security detail are refueled at Shell gas station in Puerto Rico, and there was no evidence found to support the notion that the governor personally refueled any DPS vessels at that or any time at a mobile gas station. Count 4. Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, on or about September 15, 2017 to September 17, 2017, in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands on the island of Rota, utilized his position as governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to commit theft in violation of Title VI, Section 1601A of the Commonwealth Code by unlawfully and fraudulently taking public funds to obtain reimbursement for himself for lodging expenses totaling $690. These expenses include a room under the name of Governor Torres, despite his having received a per diem to cover such expenses, a room under the name of his wife, Mrs. Diane Tudela Torres, a non-government employee, and a room under the name of Police Officer Adrian Mendiola, who subsequently testified under oath that he had received a per diem for this trip and used it to pay for his own lodging. Each theft is punishable pursuant to Title VI, Section 1601B2 of the Commonwealth Code by imprisonment of up to 5 years. Wherefore, Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, by such conduct warrants impeachment and trial, and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Ayuk.
Thank you, Representative Donald Manglonia. Any further discussion? Recognize Representative Tina Sablan for the second time.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the facts and charges described in Article 2 are based upon the JGO Committee's review of records that include 1. The travel authorizations for the specified trips, which Governor Torres requested for himself and his spouse, Mrs. Diane Tudela Torres, and related documents furnished to the committee, including amendments, travel vouchers, per diem and stipend calculations, lodging expenses, itineraries, and boarding passes. 2, the travel authorizations for the protective security officers assigned to Governor Torres and Mrs. Torres for the specified trips and related documents. 3, campaign-related photographs, flyers, and posts on social media related to Governor Torres's campaign stops in Oregon and Guam while on government travel. 4, records of fuel expenses from the Department of Public Safety. 5, requests for reimbursement submitted by Governor Torres to the Department of Finance, including receipts for fuel on Saipan and for hotel rooms on Rota. And 6, sworn testimonies received from Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, Finance Director Bernie Palacios, Special Assistant for Administration Matodi Rosario, Department of Public Safety Commissioner Robert Guerrero, Protective Security Chief Joey Cruz, and police officers Jomelyn Galasho, Flora Agun, Adrian Mendiola, Kevin Aldan, and Emery Kaipat. Among the laws and policies we reviewed were the statutes pertaining to felony theft, which are referenced in this article. I yield at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. Any further discussion? Recognize Representative Probst.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I just want to emphasize a couple of points, and the first one that really seems strange to us on this trip that the governor took to the island of Rhoda, which didn't make sense, was the fact that he had a separate room. The first lady had a separate room from him, but then we realized this was not too unusual, as this has happened and occurred on different occasions. But what did strike us that was very, was very telling was when Sergeant Adrian Mendiola came here and testified. He swore as an officer of the law, took an oath to speak the truth. And when he was asked if he received a per diem, he said he did. He said, yes, I received it. And we asked him, it's in our video, in the testimony, did you use that per diem to pay for your room? And he said, yes. And he was asked again, and I think he got a little frustrated because, yes, I just said I did pay. And I remember that very vividly, very clearly, because right then we were surprised that here is Sergeant Adrian Mendiola admitting that he paid for his room, yet somehow Governor Torres is submitting reimbursement for that. So the question is, my colleagues, is Sergeant Adrian Mendiola somebody who is devoted to the Department of Public Safety lying? Or is the governor lying? The governor submitted that for reimbursement. That's his own documentation. Sergeant Adrian Mendiola had stated that he had paid for it. And he had said that at least twice. So looking at these expenses, it just shows not something that happens once, maybe twice, or maybe just 3 times. This is a pattern that we've seen over and over and over again. And because of time and everything else, this is actually just a snapshot of so much more that we could have put down. But it certainly gives an indication, an idea of all this has transpired under Governor Ralph Torres. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Probst. I recognize Representative Patrick San Nicolas.
Yeah, this in regards to Congressman Props is I just want to make clarification. Who is the authorized person to sign off with reimbursement, sign off with travel advance, or everything that the governor has requested? as requested. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative San Nicolas. I recognize Rep. Probst.
Well, of course, the Secretary of Finance is one of those that sign off on it. But we also have to bear in mind that the governor signs off on this too. It wasn't the Secretary of Finance that wanted to get this reimbursed. It started with the governor. The governor signs that at every single thing that he turns in for reimbursement, that this is in the best interest of the Commonwealth, and everything he attests to is truthful. And that is the thing that we have to remember. That it's easy to throw the Secretary of Finance under the bus, as we've heard. It's the Secretary of Finance's fault, or who signed it. After that, it's not the governor. No, the governor did sign off on it. You guys know this as well. If you need to be reimbursed by something, you also have to sign off on it. It won't just be your staff. You have to swear that this is the truth and everything. And that is what we have on each and every single document that's been turned in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Probst. Recognize Representative Patrick San Nicolas.
Thank you, Congressman Props. I just want to ask, does the governor has the authority to sign off for his own request for reimbursement or travel advance requests? Does he have does he have that authority? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative San Nicolas. Representative Probst.
Can the governor sign off on everything and go ahead and reimburse himself? No. There is a process, like everything else. There are different signatures, but one signature is not complete. One signature would be incomplete. It takes two to tango. It's just process like anything else. If you do submit for reimbursement, you will sign off on it and attest to it, but you do have to have somebody else that signs off on it as well. I suppose that, of course, he couldn't do it by himself, but that doesn't excuse it either.
So,
recognize.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Recognize.
So, where are those signatures? Do we have on record that the governor sign off? The governor sign off for his travel requests and approved by himself, or the reimbursement and approved by himself? Who approved all those things before? I mean, who approves that when the governor requests for those requests?
Thank you, San Nicolas. I recognize Representative Salina Babauta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative San Nicolas. Kumumon umeekong ko gi-hearing na, gi-jojo hearing. Klaro na siyempre nun hungok i-direktora si Benedita Palacios, anay ilang niya, hokko ka tsitso niya, ipoma-certify na gwaha sa lopi. Segundo, i-gobyerno mapupunta i-Secretary of Finance. Kulan mohon extension of the governor, todo ti sa cabinet. Zangin undia often ira za tumadza Secretary of Finance. The governor has the authority, constitutional authority, to sign off and approve anything financial. The Secretary of Finance is an extension of himself because he appoints them. The Senate confirms them, these cabinet levels. So to answer your question, yes, I do believe the Constitution allows the governor to approve any and all his own reimbursements absent the Secretary of Finance. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Thank you, Rep. Salina Babauta. Recognize Representative San Nicolas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Za muli nung sangan za afala ira neji isinya i gobyerno.
pero afa na klasin ira ni perosangan ni pero turulannya gobyerno na para usain y afa malagonya pero usain por paraguiza afa na ira ayun.
Thank you. Recognize Representative Selena Babalta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gigo na deklara by executive order nagwaha ira but often emergency. The sole authority is the governor. Thank you.
Recognize Representative San Nicolas.
Why executive order gi resolution? Ayun.
Thank you, Rep. San Nicolas. Recognize Rep. Salina.
No, taza executive order. Logwaha gi presenti I gobyerno. Executive order in effect, granting him 100% authority. I move, Mr. Speaker, to end debate and to vote on the article.
Overruled. Last Rep. San Nicolas, and then we're going to go for the vote.
Ayun, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And with that, Clerk, please call the roll for Article 2, Commission of Felony on Theft.
Representative Bada,
No.
Representative Fatal,
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta,
Hungan.
Representative Sheila Babalta,
Yes.
Representative Joel Komatsu,
Yes.
Representative Vicente Komatsu,
Yes.
Representative Damapan,
Ahi.
Representative Flores,
Abstain.
Representative Guerrero,
Ahi.
Representative Lizama,
Yes.
Representative Mangovnia,
Hungan.
Representative Mangalonia,
Yes.
Representative Probst,
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan,
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan,
Hungan.
Representative San Nicolas,
No.
Representative Staffler,
Yes.
Representative Young Thamay,
Awar.
Representative Yumo. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 15 members voted yes, 4 members voted no, 1 abstention.
Thank you, Clerk. With 15 voting yes, Article 2 is hereby adopted. We now move down to Article 3, which is corruption, unlawful first-class travel, and the floor is open for discussion. Recognize Representative Leila Staffler.
Thank you, Speaker. Article 3, corruption, unlawful first class and business class travel. In his conduct while governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Ralph de Leongaro Torres, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully discharge his duties as governor, and to the best of his ability, support and defend the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and in violation of his constitutional responsibility to faithfully execute the laws, has willfully engaged in corruption, in that he committed multiple acts against the interests of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, with the intent to give some advantage inconsistent with his duties of office and the rights of others to wit. Ralph de Leongaro Torres, between January 2016 through December 2019, utilized his position as the governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to cause at least 54 first-class and/or business-class airline tickets to be furnished to himself and/or his spouse, Mrs. Diane Tudela Torres, and a non-government employee, in violation of Title I, Section 7407 of the Commonwealth Code, which is punishable pursuant to Title I, Section 7407F of the Commonwealth Code by a civil penalty of $1,000 per violation. Further, in requesting and approving Mrs. Torres's travel at government expense, Governor Torres used his position in violation of Title VI, Section 3202 of the Commonwealth Code, misconduct in office, Title I, Section 7705, public purpose requirement, and Department of Finance regulations at Title 70, Chapter 70-20.1101B of the Northern Marianas Administrative Code, which prohibits the use of public funds for non-public use purposes, including travel expenditures for non-government employees. Wherefore, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, by such conduct, warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Staffler. Any further discussions? Recognize Representative Tina Sab.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the facts and charges described in Article 3 are based upon the JGO Committee's review of records that include 1. Travel authorizations showing first class and business class airfare that Governor Torres requested for himself and his spouse, Mrs. Diane Tadella Torres, and related documents furnished to the committee, including amendments, travel vouchers, itineraries, per diem and stipend calculations, and boarding passes. And 2. Sworn testimonies received from Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, the Governor's Protective Security Chief, Joey Cruz, Finance Director Bernie Palacios, and the Governor's Executive Assistant, Francis de la Cruz, who submitted a sworn affidavit. We also reviewed CNMI laws and regulations which are referenced in this article related to government travel, misconduct in office, and public purpose requirements for public funds. Mr. Speaker, I yield at this time.
Thank you, Representative Tina. I now recognize Representative Donald Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, imagine how much good our government could have achieved if it did not have to fund the many trips that the governor and his wife took. Imagine creating additional jobs or being able to provide for the medical referral with additional financial support that our families can seek off-island medical treatment. Or imagine being able to provide scholarships to our children. But instead, here are a few examples of what the governor's trip cost the CNMI. $16,250. This trip alone could have funded the annual salary of one staff at the Rona Mayor's office. It's actually $250 more than the annual salary. $13,620 for another trip. This is close to what is currently owed to an employee at DPW's Solid Waste who has not received their hazardous pay since 2018 up until today. $23,302 is the cost of another trip with his wife for a 3-day visit to Hawaii. This is $2,000 more than what a PO1 makes in the CNMI. Someone who protects and serves our community. The governor has conducted many acts of corruption without fear of retribution. He has ignored the duties and responsibilities, and what's astonishing is when he did so in several occasions when our people needed him. For example, following Super Typhoon Yutu's devastation, when our people were without power, had to live in tents, and rebuild their lives with limited resources, the governor and his wife took approximately 16 trips on premium class, shot and dined lavishly, and lived comfortably while everyone else endured pain and suffering. Based on travel records, Governor Torres traveled often between mid-November of 2018, right after Super Typhoon Yutu, and January 2019, shortly after Super Typhoon Yutu, our people were left to pick up the pieces from the typhoon. Colleagues, these are just 3 of many questionable trips that the governor went on, and where these exorbitant costs of travel alone could have gone to resolve many concerns we face today. The blatant disregard on proper use of public funds paints a very real and concerning picture of his intention and disregard to the laws of our Commonwealth and the well-being of our people. Monies that could have gone to pay for your relatives' medical needs, to help improve infrastructure, go towards education, or the retirees. These monies instead went to afford the governor and his wife lavish vacations. And I say vacations because many of these strip reports were not filed or are missing important documentation to justify travel. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Manglonia. Further discussion, recognize Representative Patrick San Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Chairman Manglonia, do you know what is the trip for? Or were you there when the governor took that trip? Can you justify that? I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Recognize Representative Manglonia.
I just have to turn around and ask you, Representative Sir Nicholas, have you reviewed the exhibits that shows the governor's justification for these trips? And it's not just the purpose of the trip, but the intent to fly first class when it's clearly, you know, against the law here. And so, if you look at all the exhibits that we've presented, I'm sure that's how you're going to base your decision today. You will see the justifications on those trips. But even just the mere fact that one trip alone, which cost $23,000 for 3 days in Hawaii, you know, is that something that someone with good conscience, such as yourself, such as anyone here, would even consider going on when it's going to cost the cinema this much amount of money? And so that's just one of the many concerns, one of the many trips, over 54 trips that the governor has taken on first class or premium class travel, which is again clearly against the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Manglonia. Recognize Representative San Nicolas.
Do we have those? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Manglonia, do we have those documents that says so? Or what you're saying? Are you
recognize Representative Manglonia?
Yes, we do. And if you would like, Representative Nicholas, I believe the LA for JGO has prepared all the exhibits in regards to first class travel.
Recognize Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the JGO committee please provide the?
Okay, we
documents?
will.
Or Mr. Speaker,
Take
yes.
wait before we recognize Representative Selena
Thank you.
Babalta and then Corina Magofnia. I'm sorry. Proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question, Mr. Representative San Nicolas. This is in regards to your first question. The burden is on the governor to provide justification of his trip and for his reimbursement. So therefore, you should ask, he should have came when he was subpoenaed and answer those questions, the very questions that you are asking, so that we wouldn't be here right now asking each other those questions had he come in. So I'm just saying the burden is on the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Corina Magofnia. We'll take a very short recess for the our LA, Mr. Nicholas, to prepare the exhibit. Short recess. Representative Donald had the floor, and at the request of Representative San Nicolas he would like to see some of the exhibits that Rep. Donald has mentioned. So, Rep. Donald, you have the floor, and you're duly recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, just one thing I wanted to point out, that in addition to these travels performed during the hearing, Ms. Bernie, from the Director of Finance, Ms. Bernie, along with Lieutenant Governor Palacios, had advised the governor that these first-class trips were in fact illegal. However, the governor continued to travel first class, and prior to the recess, Representative Patrick had asked for copies of these travels. And after looking through all these files right in front of me, mind you, the governor took more than 50 first-class travels. However, in totality, he had gone over more than 100 trips. But just to reference the three travel that I mentioned in my remarks, if I can get Cam to pull those up.
Please do. Thank you, Representative Sabla.
Cam, you have the one to Alaska? Can you go down to the total cost? This is a trip that the governor took to Alaska, costing the government in airfare alone $16,250. And then the trip to Montana? This one costs the government $23,302 for a 5-day trip, airfare alone. And then the 16,000 to Hawaii. Or sorry, 13,000. This one costs the government $13,377 to Hawaii. And again, these are 3 trips out of the over 50 some trips in first class or premium class travel. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Manglonia. Representative San Nicolas, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, for this. Can we just, Mr. Speaker, I recommend that we go for vote.
As you wish. Any further discussion?
Ready?
Ready? All right, clerk, please call the roll for Article 3, corruption, unlawful first class and business class travel.
Representative Vada?
No.
Representative Fato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta?
Hungan.
Representative Sheila Babalta? Yes. Representative Joel Komatsu?
Hungan.
Representative Vicente Komatsu?
Yes.
Representative Damapan?
Ahi.
Representative Flores?
Abstain.
Representative Guerrero?
Ahi.
Representative Lizama?
Yes.
Representative Mangopnia?
Hungan.
Representative Manglotnia?
Yes.
Representative Probst?
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan?
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan?
Okay.
Representative San Nicolas?
No.
Representative Staffler?
Yes.
Representative Young Tamay?
Oh, well.
Representative Humont?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 15 members voted yes, 4 members voted no, 1 abstention.
Thank you, clerk. With 15 yes, voting yes, Article 3, unlawful first class and business class travel is hereby adopted. Thank you, members. We now move down to Article 4, which is corruption, and the subject is misuse of government resources. Open for discussion. I recognize Representative Denita Yanktamay.
In his conduct while governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully discharge his duties as governor and to the best of his ability to support and defend the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, has willfully engaged in corruption in that he committed multiple acts against the interests of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands with the intent to give some advantage inconsistent with his duties of office and the rights of others. To wit, count one, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, on or about December 2015 through December 2019, utilized his position as governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to unlawfully and fraudulently request and obtain reimbursements for expenditures that include lavish hostings of individuals, both named and unnamed, such as one dinner with a Washington, D.C. lobbyist that cost taxpayers $1,823.90, and a single breakfast that cost more than $399, a car battery for Governor Torres's personal van, for which he subsequently transferred ownership, meals featuring extravagant items such as Wagyu and bison tomahawk steaks, king crab, prime rib, and foie gras, and expensive Scotch whiskey and other alcohol, a private birthday lunch that he claimed as a meeting, and various items for a non-public purpose that he claimed as office expenses, such as rifle cases, a personal stove burner, beef stroganoff, and other goods for hunting or camping, wheelbarrow, chainsaw, mattocks, and other hardware supplies, coolers, and multiple electronics, including cameras, headphones, and computers, items that were not properly inventoried at the office of the governor nor used for public purposes. These excessive expenditures lacked sufficient justification, were made during times of natural disaster, austerity, and furloughs, and exceeded $78,000. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Yanktamay. I now recognize Representative Richard Lizama.
Count two, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, between May 27, 2017 and July 11, 2021, utilized his position as governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to request and or approve 85 boating trips using SCAR's Department of Public Safety resources, including personnel, vessels, vehicles, and fuel, and public funds in a manner inconsistent with public purposes. Many of these boating trips were for fishing and recreation with members of Governor Torres' family to the Northern Islands, Tinian, Rota, Managaha, and Guam during times of natural disaster, austerity, furloughs, and pandemic. These acts of corruption constitute violations of Title I, Section 8531 of the Commonwealth Code, use of office, staff, or employees of public office, Title I, Section 8532 of the Commonwealth Code, restrains on use of public positions to obtain private benefit. Title I, Section 7705 of the Commonwealth Code, public purpose requirement, and Title VI, Section 3202, misconduct in office. Wherefore, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, by such conduct, warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Lizama. Any further discussion? Recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the facts and charges described in Article 4 are based upon the JGO Committee's review of records that include 1. More than 60 different memoranda submitted by Governor Torres, along with receipts for tens of thousands of dollars in excessive, fraudulent, and/or non-public purpose expenses for which he sought reimbursement during the period in review from December 2015 through December 2019. 2. Receipts for expenses charged to 26 different credit cards found among the governor's records. 3. Also among these records are the reimbursement request memo and receipt for a car battery Governor Torres purchased for his personal vehicle, and documents obtained from the Bureau of Motor Vehicle showing the vehicle registered in Governor Torres's name and the sale of that vehicle to a private citizen soon after the new battery was purchased. 4. A detailed and verified inventory provided by the Special Assistant for Administration of all electronics, furniture, coolers, and other office-related items procured for the Office of the Governor, including its subdivisions. 5. Boat logs, vessel usage reports, personnel overtime records, fuel invoices and receipts, and correspondence and other documents related to boating safety's federal grant obtained from the Department of Public Safety. 6. A sworn affidavit from Ms. Erin Camacho attesting to the private, completely non-official birthday lunch she had with her father, a lunch that Governor Torres was not involved in at all and yet claimed for reimbursement as an official government meeting. And 7. Sworn testimonies received from Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, Special Assistant for Administration Matilde Rosario, Finance Director Bernie Palacios, former Guam Senator Will Castro, DPS Commissioner Robert Guerrero, the Governor's Chief of Protective Security Joey Cruz, Boating Safety Officers Kevin Aldan, Adrian Mendiola, and Emery Kaipat, Bureau of Motor Vehicle Director Juana Leon Guerrero, and the Governor's Executive Assistant Francis de la Cruz, who submitted a sworn affidavit. We also reviewed CNMI laws pertaining to the use of government office and staff for personal or political purposes, the use of public position for private benefit, the public purpose requirement for public resources, and misconduct in office, which are referenced in this article. I yield at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. Floor is still open for discussions. Recognize Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of these many purchases, these questionable purchases, I think one of them, well, there's several that stand out, but I just would like, for the record, if we could pull out the CarQuest receipt for the battery. That is, if you zoom in on it, right, that's, yeah, we have the receipt on that. There's a lot of documents. There we go, CarQuest. Okay, so can you zoom in on the CarQuest a little bit, because so that we can see a little bit better? All right, so that is a brand new battery, and what date was that purchased on? Does it say? Right. Sorry. Okay, January 28, 2019. Right. And then how much was the total on that? That was for $122.10 for a brand new battery. Now, if you scroll down a little bit, there's a license plate there. That's ADG 282, correct? Can you pull out the corresponding registration for this license plate? It's okay, take it down. Is that the registration? Does it say who the owner is? Can you zoom on that? It says Torres Ralph De Leon Guerrero. Okay, and all right, just want to make sure. And do we have the license plate for that registration? And how we figured it out? So MPV model right there, right? And there's a license plate ADG 282 corresponding with that. It's a 2004 Mazda MPV van, right? White color, personally owned. And that was the registration. And then when was it sold? What date? Or transferred? That was a registration. Okay. So that's on the 10th. And then it was transferred to another person from Carla to, that's when he got it. He bought it on the 10th of January. I think it might be further down. And then there you go. So the vehicle bill of sale is that's to Brian Romolar, one of the governor's, I guess, good friends or very, very strong supporter. That was the date, okay, transfer of the van, bill of sale. That one, right? And what's the date on that? Can we zoom in? Yeah. What's the date? I'm sorry? January 28th. Your eyes are better than mine. So it was, the van was sold on the 29th. Sorry, the 28th. Is that correct? Is that correct? Okay. So just so we get this straight, a brand new battery was purchased at CarQuest for the governor's van that he personally owns, correct? And then the van was transferred or sold to another person from him on the same day that the battery was purchased. Is that correct? That's what it looks like. So, colleagues, this is just one of many things that stood out to us that is just curious, that how does this serve a public purpose? If we were to tell the public that it is okay to buy a brand new battery for your personal van and then turn around and sell it, if you're telling me that this is okay, that we allow this, that this is strictly acceptable, then I want to know, because what is to stop myself or any of you for buying new tires for your car? I'm just asking. I know for a fact that if I were to do that, I'd get rejected. I don't think I would even do that in the first place. But is it allowable? How do we justify this as a public purpose? And how is this not a personal expense when you own a vehicle, when you do the upkeep of the vehicle? It's not like the governor is, dependent on driving that van himself. Let's not forget that the governor has a PSD and he is driven around everywhere else. So why would he get a brand new battery for a van that he owns, turns around and sells it or gives it away? I don't know. There was no real amount on the selling point of it. And how did that battery and the van transfer, whatever, benefit our taxpayers? I just think that that's just one of several items that is questionable, and we could honestly go through several more if you want. But I just wanted to notice that one because that one really stuck out of the many, many, many questionable purchases. I yield at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Probst. Floor is still open for discussion. We're ready? All right, clerk, please call the roll for Article 4, corruption, misuse of government resources.
Representative Atta?
No.
Representative Ato?
Yes.
Representative Selena Babauta?
Hungan.
Representative Sheila Babauta? Representative Joel Komatsu?
Hungan.
Representative Vicente Komatsu?
Yes.
Representative Demapan,
Aye.
Representative Flores,
Abstain.
Representative Guerrero,
Aye.
Representative Lizama,
Yes.
Representative Magofnia,
Hungan.
Representative Maglonia,
Yes.
Representative Probes,
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan,
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan,
Hungan.
Representative Cindy Nicolas,
No.
Representative Staffler,
Yes.
Representative Youngtamai,
Howard.
Representative Yumo.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 15 members voted yes. 4 members voted no and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Clerk. With 15 voting yes, Article 4, under corruption, misuse of government resources, is hereby adopted. We now move down to Article 5, neglect of duty, negligence during crisis. Floor is open for discussion. I recognize Representative Ben Camacho.
Thank you, Speaker. While Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully discharge his duties as governor, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, has willfully neglected the duties of his office to wit. Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, between December 2015 and July 2021, grossly neglected his duties and responsibilities as governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands by taking over 120 trips by plane for himself and or his spouse, Ms. Diane Tudela Torres, a non-government employee, and approximately 85 trips by boat. This dereliction of duty occurred during times of natural disaster, austerity, furloughs, and pandemic. In 1 year following Super Typhoon Utu, Governor Torres and Ms. Torres took at least 16 government-funded trips, during which time Governor Torres neglected his duties of office while dining and shopping extravagantly at taxpayers' expense. Commonwealth residents, meanwhile, suffered without adequate shelter, power, or running water and struggled to rebuild their lives and homes. In the summer of 2020, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, after the local economy ground to a halt and thousands of residents in the public and private sectors lost work, Governor Torres further neglected his duties when he embarked on a 3-week fishing and hunting promotional expedition to the Northern Islands with his family and friends. Instead of addressing the ongoing public health emergency, Governor Torres negligently directed various government agencies to procure charter boats, meals, fuel, and other supplies, and utilize police officers and other government personnel and government vessels, vehicles, generators, and other equipment and materials. In total, these numerous and excessive trips by air and by sea, directed and or authorized by Governor Torres over nearly 6 years, cost Sinamay taxpayers over $550,000. This amount includes airfare, lodging, ground transportation, fuel per diem, and stipends, and other supplies, but does not encompass all the travel-related expenses of protective security officers and other government employees who accompanied Governor Torres and his family members on these trips. This amount also does not include the cost of Governor Torres's negligent conduct to the safety and welfare of the people of the Commonwealth in times of crisis. Wherefore, Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, by such negligence of duty, warrants impeachment and trial, and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I yield, Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Camacho. Any further recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the facts and charges described in Article 5 are based upon the JGO Committee's review of records that include 1. Travel authorizations for more than 120 trips that Governor Torres requested for himself and his spouse, Mrs. Diane Tudela Torres, and related documents furnished to the committee, including amendments, travel vouchers, itineraries, per diem and stipend calculations, lodging, ground transportation, fuel, and boarding passes. 2. Boat logs and vessel usage reports documenting approximately 85 boating trips taken by Governor Torres and/or his spouse using DPS vessels, personnel, fuel, and other supplies. 3. Reimbursement request memos and accompanying receipts for expenses the governor incurred for meals, alcohol, and shopping while on government travel. And 4. Sworn testimonies received from Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, Finance Director Bernie Palacios, DPS Commissioner Robert Guerrero, Protective Security Officers Joey Cruz, Flora Agun, and Jomelyn Galasho, Boating Safety Officers Kevin Aldan, Adrian Mendiola, and Emery Kaipat, and the Governor's Executive Assistant Francis de la Cruz, who submitted a sworn affidavit. We also reviewed CNMI laws pertaining to the use of government office and staff for personal or political purposes, the use of public position for private benefit, the public purpose requirements for public resources, and misconduct in office, which are all referenced in this article. I yield at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Tina.
Mr. Speaker.
Recognize Representative Sheila Babauta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, the viewing public, Article 5 clearly displays the governor's negligence of duty during times of crisis. For a span of 6 years, while our community did not have proper shelter, power, or running water, and struggled to rebuild their lives and homes, while businesses closed down, jobs were lost, and many worried about how they were going to provide for their families. While schools closed, homes struggled to adjust, and families applied for PUA. While the collective mental health of our CNMI was unstable, anxious, and in shock, the governor and his wife were dining and shopping extravagantly at taxpayer expense. In the span of almost 6 years, he took 120 trips by plane and 85 trips by boat, all funded by our government, costing over $550,000. And he chose to direct various agencies to use precious resources to coordinate a 3-week hunting and fishing promotional expedition when tourism was severely impacted and flights were not even active. During this time of natural disasters, austerity, furloughs, and a pandemic, we needed a leader. Instead, the chaos was further intensified by sole source contracts, vendor favoritism, shuffling of cabinet members, silencing first responders, threatening of job transfers, FBI raids, IPI Best Sunshine Casino drama, and allowing unprofessional and unethical behavior to happen under his watch. He was complicit. He chose to be involved or look the other way. This is not the kind of leadership we need. This is not the kind of leadership we deserve, especially during a time when climate change, militarization, and climate colonialism are major existential issues that deserve attention. This blanket of fear that the governor continues to perpetuate in our government and communities cannot be seen, but it is felt, and it is felt by many. The governor's seat is a foundational and trusted position in our government. It must be solid and authentic. When a block in our foundation is cracked beyond repair, it must be replaced because it threatens the very structure and safety of our home, the CNMI. And that's really what this is about. It's about effective governance. It's about leadership. It's about trust and making hard decisions in order to see the change we want in the CNMI. And today we are making a clear statement that we will work for that change. We want that blanket of fear to dissolve. We want to truly make our CNMI a better place for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you, Representative Sheila. Floor is still open for discussion. Ready? All right, clerk, please call the roll on Article 5, neglect of duty, negligence during crisis.
Representative Fata,
No.
Representative Fata,
Yes.
Representative Selena Babauta,
Again.
Representative Sheila Babauta,
Again.
Representative Joel Komatsu,
Ungan.
Representative Vicente Komatsu,
Yes.
Representative Damapan,
Ahi.
Representative Flores,
Abstain.
Representative Guerrero,
Aye.
Representative Lizama,
Yes.
Representative Magofnia,
Hungan.
Representative Maglonia,
Yes.
Representative Probst,
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan,
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan,
Again.
Representative St. Nicholas,
No.
Representative Staffler,
Yes.
Representative Yanktamai,
Awat.
Representative Yumo.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 15 members voted yes, 4 members voted no, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, clerk. With 15 voting yes, Article 5, neglect of duty, negligence during crisis is hereby adopted. Thank you, members. We now move down to Article 6, and the floor is open for discussion.
Mr. Speaker.
Recognize Representative Sheila Babauta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully discharge his duties as governor, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, has willfully neglected the duties of his office, to wit, Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, having a duty to honor and respect the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands Constitution, the laws of the Commonwealth, and the applicable rules of the 22nd House of Representatives, breached said duty by failing to appear as commanded on December 10, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. by a legislative subpoena duly served upon him and constitutionally authorized by Article 2, Section 14B of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands Constitution and Title 1, Sections 1301 at sec of the Commonwealth Code before the House Standing Committee on Judiciary and Governmental Operations. Said failure to appear was adjudged to be in contempt of the legislature pursuant to Title 1, Section 1306B of the Commonwealth Code by a unanimous vote of the House Standing Committee on Judiciary and Governmental Operations on December 14, 2021. After Governor Torres failed to cure his contempt by refusing an invitation to testify under oath voluntarily pursuant to Title I, Section 1309 of the Commonwealth Code, and cooperate with the investigatory committee's attempt to obtain information by lawful means, the House Speaker certified the contempt charge to the CNMI Office of the Attorney General on December 15, 2021 for prosecution. Wherefore, Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, by such neglect of duty, warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Sheila. Floor is still open for discussion. Recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the facts and charges described in Article 6 are based on the JGO Committee's review of records that include 1. The subpoena that the committee issued to Governor Torres commanding him to appear before the committee on December 10, 2021. 2. The governor's failure to appear in violation of that subpoena on December 10, 2021. 3. The governor's failure to appear voluntarily on December 14, 2021, despite the offer from the committee to allow him to cure his contempt if he did so. 4. The unanimous vote of the JGO committee to hold Governor Torres in contempt of the legislature on December 14, 2021, and the JGO committee chair's report of contempt to the speaker that same day. And 5, the Speaker's certification of the contempt charge to the Office of the Attorney General for prosecution on December 15, 2021. We also reviewed the applicable constitutional provisions, laws of the Commonwealth, and rules of this 22nd House of Representatives that authorize the committee to conduct investigations, issue subpoenas, compel the cooperation of government employees, and hold individuals in contempt for noncompliance. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. Floor is still open for discussion. Recognize Representative Karina Magofnia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the people of the CNMI, both at home and abroad, we are here today to take a very important action on the people's mandate, your mandate, to impeach Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero-Torres pursuant to Article 2, Section 8 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth for commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty in violation of Article 3, Section 19 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth. It's really quite simple. The governor took a constitutional oath to faithfully discharge his duties as the people's governor and to support and defend the very Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, for which he is now being charged for neglect of duty and contempt of the legislature, simply because he failed to comply and he chose to disregard the law of the land as if he was above the law. This governor claims unfairness, but he was given every opportunity to avail under the protection of our laws to be heard, defend, and to state his position in the matter. Yet, he chose to defy the legislative subpoena and doesn't show up on the day he was scheduled to appear in the House of Chamber to answer questions and to clear his name once and for all. To add insult to injury, he filed a lawsuit against the JGO committee because they found him in contempt for no-show. With several attorneys at his disposal, one specifically hired from the US mainland costing taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, we have yet to obtain answers and explanations to many of the questions regarding the legitimacy of his expenditures and reimbursements. Yet, concerns of illegality are bountiful. Selfishly, as a person who holds the highest seat in public office, he has broken his oath, his sincerity to serve the public, and his promise to place people's interests before oneself. The very laws that gave him the extravagant legal defense one could buy are the very laws he had broken. His cries of witch hunt, political posturing, charade, circus, and whatever stuff he was throwing out there only deafens the ear of liberty, justice, and mocks the rule of law. The boastfulness of his propaganda and the political fear-mongering only further erodes the fabric of his stature and title. Against all odds, despite political influences and access to countless publicly paid attorneys, there were also those courageous government employees, including the lieutenant governor, who gave damaging testimonies against this tyrant of a governor. And for that, we applaud each and every one of them, and we thank them for their bravery and for doing the right thing. It is undeniable and brings much sadness that the ones who suffer most are you, the people. You, our brothers, our sisters, our neighbors, our family members, and especially our loved ones. The pain instilled, I hope, will not be inherited by future generations to come. Today marks the beginning when the people take back what is rightfully theirs, the power they had but temporarily lost. The journey ahead is not easy, but like any deep-cut wound, we too shall heal with time. To my colleagues across the aisle, I commend your decency to look beyond party lines for the greater good of our people and take the necessary first step for a better tomorrow, a better CNMI. As we occupy this seat of honor, let us remind ourselves that it is not ours to do as we please. The seat bestowed upon us belongs to the people. It is this allegiance to the public as a whole that our sitting governor has truly forgotten. To members of the Senate, our colleagues, we plead that you lay down your political aspirations and party loyalty. Put aside all differences, baseless propaganda, and respect the duties as public servants and strict adherence to the rule of law. We must always be mindful each and every day that we must lead with integrity, humility, and the love for our people. The vicious cycle of abuse, corruption, and people suffering must end. Na para, por favor, sangay maasi ni itaw-tawta, sa mampus man masasapit. Ti mamiresi esti na klasin tratamento, san disrespeto, especialmente ginin mismo i gobernanta. Tadza probetsu zan beneficio para itaw-tawta. So to Governor Torres, you hold the most prestigious seat in public office ever given by the people, yet you are now charged for abusing their trust. You swore an oath to faithfully discharge your duties and defend the laws of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and its constitution, yet you managed to bastardize and taint the sacred pledge. Governor, please honor your promise and abide by the rule of law. Resign from your post and let the people keep the sanctity of this establishment. Sidus Maasi Angeliso, respectfully, the people's representative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Corina. Floor is still open for discussion. Ready? Okay, clerk, please call the roll for Article 6, neglect of duty, contempt of the legislature.
Representative Bata,
No.
Representative Bato,
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta,
Again.
Representative Sheila Babalta,
Again.
Representative Joel Komatsu,
Again.
Representative Vicente Komatsu,
Yes.
Representative Demapan,
Ahi.
Representative Flores,
Abstain.
Representative Guerrero,
Ahi.
Representative Zama,
Yes.
Representative Magofnia,
Hungan.
Representative Maglonia,
Yes.
Representative Probst,
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan,
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan,
Good.
Representative Cindy Claus,
No.
Representative Staffler,
Yes.
Representative Yantamay,
Aware.
Representative Yumo,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 15 members voted yes, 4 members voted no, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, clerk. With 15 voting yes, Article 6, neglect of duty, contempt of the legislature is hereby adopted. Before I bring back, we go back to the main motion, I'd like to recognize Representative Selena Babalta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Demand for impeachment. Wherefore Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, by commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty, having undermined the integrity of his office and brought disrepute on the governorship, having betrayed the trust of those he swore to serve, having acted in a manner subversive to the rule of law and justice, to the manifest injury of the people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, legally warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Selena Babalta. We are now back to the main motion. Any discussion? Ready? Again, the magic number is 2/3, which is 14. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Bata,
No.
Representative Bato,
Yes.
Representative Selena Babalta,
Again.
Representative Sheila Babalta,
Again.
Representative Joel Komatsu,
Again.
Representative Vicente Komatsu,
Yes.
Representative Demapan,
Ahi.
Representative Flores, Representative Guerrero,
Here.
Representative Lizama,
Yes.
Representative Magofnia,
Lungan.
Representative Manglotnia,
Yes.
Representative Probst,
Yes.
Representative Christina Sablan,
Yes.
Representative John Paul Sablan,
Hungan.
Representative St. Nicholas,
No.
Representative Staffler,
Yes.
Representative Yang Tamay,
Aware.
Representative Yumo.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 15 members voted yes, 4 members voted no, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Clerk. With 15 members voting yes, House Resolution number 22-14 is hereby adopted. Thank you, members. We now move down to item number 17, miscellaneous business. Floor is open. I recognize Representative Selena Babalta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I request for a short recess, please?
Short recess. We'll rise back to session. Before we went on recess, we were under miscellaneous, and Representative Selena Babalta had the floor. So, Selena Babalta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues of the 22nd House of Representatives. As you all know, last week, Friday, January 7th, 2022, the governor's office issued a press release that basically indicated that I, as chairwoman of the House of Representatives Committee on Judiciary and Governmental Operations, JGO, published untrue statements that amounted to distortion and misrepresentations of statements made by Governor Torres. In that publication, the governor's in-house legal counsel, Mr. Gilbert Burnbrick, essentially implied that I had placed a partisan spin on matters related to the dispute relating to the governor's investigation. Pago matui ora para bay hunaklarudzi itauto, siha zabay hu publika hafa masusedi, kosa kitadza hududa, za uklaro zantunas I historia. Today, I'd like to set the record straight. Antes di ba tutun na be natungam sa todo sa ni publiko, na esta hu notisya I clerk gi Sanhilo na guma na koti, todo I abogado siya ni rumepresenta I gobyerno, tat como si Senyor Gilbert Burnbrick, gini ni opisina ni gobyerno, zani pumalo na abogado siya ni Mansasono rumepresenta I gobyerno, gini ni Baines, Horry, Bermans, and Miller na grupo na abogado, na para ba hu diskuti ikataniha ana I gobyerno manggagaw parawali sa ni Huwes as Alexandro Castro sa ni Nepi Siha. At this time, I would like to publicly read into the record the inappropriate ex parte emails that were sent and received by the Governor's Counsel, Mr. Richard Miller, to the CNMI Supreme Court. On December 29th at 4:25 p.m., Mr. Miller emailed the Deputy Clerk of the Supreme Court, Ms. Nora Borja, and in that email, Mr. Miller states, this is a direct quote from his email, "My office represents Governor Torres in this matter. On December 16th, Chief Justice Castro appointed former Judge Timothy Bellis to preside pro tempore in the Superior Court and allowed the parties 10 days to submit written objections to the clerk of the Superior Court. By our calculation, under the rules for computation of time, the 10th day will be tomorrow, December 30th. Governor Torres is requesting a chambers conference with Chief Justice regarding Judge Bellis's appointment sometime tomorrow prior to the expiration of the deadline. If this is inconvenient for the Chief Justice, we request an extension of the deadline for a further 10 days. Signed, Richard Miller." From this email, there can be no doubt Tadza Dinida that Governor Torres wanted a face-to-face meeting with Chief Justice to discuss the selection of Judge Bellis, who would preside over his lawsuit against the JGO. It's right here in black and white. Governor Torres is requesting a chambers conference with Chief Justice regarding Judge Bellis's appointment sometime tomorrow prior to the expiration of the deadline. For all the experiences between Mr. Burnbrick and Mr. Miller practicing law, this attempt to meet with Chief Justice in chambers off the record is inappropriate and highly unethical. It undermines the integrity of the legal process that the governor initiated when he filed the lawsuit against the JGO. If it was an actual attempt to meet ex parte, it is sanctionable conduct, and Mr. Miller should face serious consequences, to include possible disbarment if it is determined that his ex parte email communication, which was clearly and beyond dispute professional misconduct, was intended to set up an ex parte meeting in chambers with Chief Justice Castro. The Chief Justice, to all his honor be due, properly declined, which was clearly communicated in the following reply from the Deputy Clerk in her response the following morning on December 30th at 8:35 a.m. And she states, "Dear Mr. Miller, the Chief Justice has seen your message and he will not meet with your client concerning this matter. The order is clear. Any concerns about the appointment of Timothy H. Bellis as Judge pro tempore may be made in writing and sent to the Clerk of the Superior Court. It appears that this email was not served on the opposing side. Please serve the opposing party the email if you have not already done so." Despite instructions from the court to send the emails to the opposing party at 8:35 that morning on December 30th, Mr. Miller did not send the emails to the JGO until 4:15 p.m. on the same day. It took Mr. Miller 7 hours and 40 minutes to comply with the instructions from the Supreme Court. Moreover, during this 7-hour time period between receiving directions from the court and his sharing of the correspondence with the JGO, Mr. Miller drafted and sent to Superior Court Clerk Patrick Diaz, which was received at 3:45 p.m. on December 30th. The circumstances of this letter appear to be very suspicious, and it is reasonable to question whether this letter was drafted during this 7-hour span to cover up the unethical and irresponsible nature of the ex parte email communication and the requested ex parte meeting. Accordingly, I feel that the NMI Bar Association should also investigate whether Mr. Miller should be sanctioned for his professional misconduct. This behavior is indicative of the backdoor and underhanded tactics by Governor Torres and his charlatans that we have seen in the past and are trying to avoid. I briefly referenced the unethical behavior and communication from the governor's office in a public statement on the Bipartisan Special Investigating Committee on Impeachment released January 5th. Mr. Burnbick responded that the governor did not seek a personal meeting with Chief Justice. His counsel requested a conference to seek clarification of the Chief Justice's order to notify the clerk of court of any good cause or reason why Judge Bellis should not sit on the case. According to Mr. Burnbick, the governor was not going to be present at any meeting allowed by the Chief Justice. Hodzi in Hengi. Esta anong nagrabe zan desperao zakanahatay esperanza. Esta tat foi hakike adzik hodzi malago niya para fatatsung para decidi ikausa gikotti ni guiza mismo tumutuhon. Taimano ha I esta munhon sa nusangan pogo gilataftaf. Siguro ni Katan Miller, I gobyerno mamamaisin paro ali zani West, pud iinapuntan niya as West Bellas, paro ekungok ikausa gikotti. Mr. Burnbick not only denied the governor's attempt to meet with Chief Justice, he completely and conveniently left out the ex parte communication from his co-counsel to the Chief Justice. It is clear that Mr. Burnbrick has masqueraded the facts to fit their narrative. And Mr. Burnbrick owes me an apology for his attempt to besmirch my reputation. I will be officially requesting the NMI Bar Association to investigate and determine if Mr. Gil Burnbrick should be sanctioned and disciplined for making allegations against me, false allegations, as the JGO chairwoman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield for now.
Thank you, Representative Selena Babalta. Floor is still open. Recognize Representative Leila Staffler.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. And I want to take some time to just share some of my thoughts. On Friday last week, many of us from the House and the Senate attended the 14th fire cycle graduation. We got to listen to Honorable Judge Camacho as he spoke before he administered the oath of office to swear in this year's fire graduates. I paid particular attention because I learned something that I didn't fully grasp until that moment. He shared that that oath of office that he was about to read, ratified in 1977 and unaltered, unchanged to this day, has been the same for all of us who were ever elected or sworn into a position of trust here in the Marianas. From every police officer to every municipal council member, to every judge and each and every board member, to every law enforcement officer in our ranks. From every person who has ever sat in these seats here before us since the first House of Representatives, to even the governor himself, all of us and all of them have raised their right hand and sworn that same oath. Even student councils swear that same oath. And based on the copious amounts of evidence presented by the JGO over these courses of weeks and weeks, it is clear that this oath to defend the Constitution and the laws of the Commonwealth has been broken over and over and over again. To the Senate, I call on you to heed what the good judge reminded all of us, that the oath we take means that we vow to be loyal to the people of the Commonwealth. We vowed to be trustworthy as stewards of our land and resources. We vowed to defend the Commonwealth with integrity, to do the right thing, especially when no one is looking. And he said something else that really stood out to me, and I paid attention. He said, "The people are looking. Itautau paggu manmanli papara." I agree. The people are watching. They are watching to see who among us are loyal to the people, who among us are trustworthy with their future, and who among us have the integrity to do what is right. The people are watching. Itautau paggu manli papara. Ayun.
Thank you, Representative Staffler. Floor is still open for any discussion under miscellaneous. Recognize Representative Patrick San Nicolas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, we all know that the governor has already been impeached by the House by the majority of votes. Allow me, although my family has been in politics for 40 years, I would have never imagined that during my first term in office, I would have to vote on whether or not to impeach our governor. For me, this is a very serious matter that I cannot take lightly, and it seeks to remove the senior, my highest ranking official from office. And regardless who our governor is and what party he or she might be from, we need to be careful in all our political games and tactics that we do not degrade erode or belittle the office of the governor or blur the lines between separate branches of government simply because we have the political majority to do so. Resolution 22-14 demands the governor should be impeached due to commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty. As this very serious claim, it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that these claims meet the highest evidentiary and legal threshold. To start, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I think the most pressing question that has been left unanswered is why hasn't the public auditor or the Attorney General addressed any of the JGO's claims or any violations? In my opinion, maybe the simple answer is that no crime has been committed, and the JGO is simply trying to convince this body and the people of the Sinimay that their disapproval of how the governor exercises his authority and discretion equates to felony. The resolution states that the governor used public funds to attend political campaigns, but this is contrary to actual travel document presented. I respect the JGO committee and its members. The JGO committee never produced a single document that states the governor traveled from Oregon or Guam or where else to attend a political function. Moreover, they never produce regulation or law that states if the governor or any political official go off island on official business, then he or she cannot attend a political function after business hours. In fact, I would even mention that this is a common practice that many past and present members of the House and the Senate have engaged in routinely because it is not illegal. The resolution claims theft of utility service, but it is unclear if the theft is due to the amount of utility benefits received or legal authorization to even receive any utility benefits. The resolution claims the law does not explicitly authorize the payment of utility service, but fails to acknowledge that the law does not prohibit either. And in regards to the amount of benefits allowed, the chairman of the Special Investigating Committee has acknowledged the absence of limit by recently introducing a bill to cap the amount of utility benefits to $1,000. It is, but we all know this authority lies with the judiciary. The resolution claims neglect of duty when the governor traveled to the Northern Islands to promote the Sinamay. Again, what laws or regulations have been violated if the governor exercises his authority and discretion to promote the northern part of our CNMI within its expenditure authority by law from a budget appropriated by this legislature. And although it's coming from an opposition legislature to disagree with the governor's policies, the resolution claims contempt of the legislature because the governor challenged the JGO committee authority to command that he appear before them. Again, this issue is with the Attorney General's office, who has the legitimate authority to prosecute to the contempt claim. Not until a court rules on this matter can the JGO claim contempt. So until a court rules that the governor should be held in contempt, this is not valid claim within the resolution. Mr. Speaker and colleague, I am aware that my time is limited. I would like to conclude by stating that this resolution leaves many questions unanswered and clearly does not reach the necessary threshold to impeach or to go for the impeachment of the governor, which is already been impeached. However, it is pretty obvious that the numbers favor the majority. Therefore, if this matter reaches the Senate, I trust that the Senate will be fair and impartial in the review of the evidence and come to the conclusion not to convict the governor. Let's not misuse our constitutional authority to further our majority's political agenda. Let the people decide at the voting polls whether our governor should remain in office or not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Thank you, Representative San Nicolas. Recognize Representative Ada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleagues and to the general public, I'd just like to state my opinion and thoughts on these matters. I agree with colleague San Nicolas. So many things that I have thought to say, you've already said. One of the things that I do want to recognize is that the system has been tried. We went to the impeachment proceedings and everything, the JGO. One thing that we can all agree on is that the system is flawed. I highly encourage our colleagues that with the great work and energy that you guys put it into putting together, all these documents before us, that we use that energy to look into the laws that we are referencing and actually fix these laws. I wish that, we could set aside political differences, but there's an obvious move here for political gain. I hear I hear the testimonies and public comments in support of impeachment. And my colleagues here who support impeachment, who have supported impeachment, have also stressed that out, that the public has spoken. But let us not forget that there are many people that came up in support of no to the impeachment. So are we just going to turn a blind eye to these guys? I have listened to both sides, and I weighed the decision on this matter. And voting no is not, personally, it's not a political thing. For me, it's really about gathering all the necessary information, documentation, and the resources that are afforded to us, the Attorney General and all the law enforcement, to get their respective opinions and expert opinion on these things. I feel like I do not have that right now to make to support the impeachment. And all the people out there there's a lot of people out there that are supporting or not supporting the impeachment. And these are the fine people that have been there through you to Sodalor, to all the disasters, pushing forward, even though they get kicked down every time, but they keep moving forward to provide the services. I don't understand what is it that we're saying when the governor is misguided, has not provided the service. Sodalor and you too, look at where everybody's at now today. There are homes that people didn't have the opportunity or couldn't afford sustainable homes. Now they have these structures um, that would help these individuals, the community. But yet we're here, and this body is trying to impeach the governor who had done so many work. And the reason why I say this is because I was there. I worked for the administration. I've worked with the administration when I wasn't a government employee, during disasters, during the relief efforts. With the COVID, he's managed to get 80% of people vaccinated. He's managed to keep this place safe. And we're expending so much energy on the impeachment while our people are in need of, the hospital is in need of resources, the schools are in need of our attention, and yet we're here discussing impeachment. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Adda. I recognize Representative Manglonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, remember this day, January 12th, 2022, because on this day, our people got one step closer at taking back control of their government, one step closer at putting an end to the corruption that has festered our great Commonwealth, one step closer to ensuring a better future for all. As legislators, we have been entrusted by the people to serve in the best interest of the people. We have been tasked to listen to their concerns, fight for their equality, and pave a future for their children to live in a society free of corruption. And so let us not forget this. For years, we have heard the cries for help. We've seen many struggle while the governor and his circle of friends and family gained so much financially at the expense of our people. The evidence of extensive corruption is overwhelming, and we need to end it now. Our people demand it. Those opposed to impeachment would desperately say anything to distract from the truth. They are calling this a witch hunt, a political agenda, you name it. They'll call it anything other than the truth. But the truth is, our actions today were solely motivated by what our people demand and deserve. Nothing else. The decision I made today was for the people of Rhoda and everyone that calls his Commonwealth home. For those that were denied opportunities, struggle to keep their utilities on, put food on the table, worry about how they are going to get off-island medical attention, pay for education, and seek benefits as veterans. My vote is for them. With the impeachment proceedings now heading to the Senate, I just wanted to implore the Senate members to remember why they ran for office in the first place. Remember the people from your district that placed their confidence in you and that you will serve for them. Remember our kids who look up to you, the veterans and the less fortunate who believe in you and ultimately chose you to represent them. Today marks an important day in our cinema history, one that thousands on and off island have witnessed. And at this very moment, ask yourself, what side of history do you want to be in? Ayu.
Thank you, Representative Manglonia. I recognize Representative Lipon.
Si Jus Masi, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Jajas justa. Sta puti talagaw. Puti do manasu. Bonito na ani tutuan niya. No stomach po. Mr. Speaker, gaigagi jota House Rules na kada komedi debi na wa produkto. Janggin lingnya na un container na papit pues guahat timpok sukati bay maigo 5 meses, 6 meses no malago jo bay taytay jo na report. Hay sinya mon an munajan no taytay jo na report tinilay ka butuh. No tadza. Munggi fera gano. Ko pata praktiku no na klase sistema. Na kada hafa pata chogwi. O tinisisaru report gini ni komite. Isti ata chogwi. Sistigi dinansi. Pues parafa na ta sangwajok ta house rule. Hafa na klase sistema ta tatitiji sa tibunitu. Ya abogado gini atungwa no. Na ijigi na managwagwa meeting. Dan hearing siya. Da machuli no ng formasyon. Da makumpayo. Da langusutin report para todo member po taytay. Po taytay hafa masodda. And then dago mo na. Munggi respeto para go. Pabay respetam jo no munggi respeto para go. Taza fafaisin i-report. No taza report mano ijo. Saling niya na un container. Ti problema ni un container. Polo za go lamon. Ko bay maltay manaytay. Ombisi Biblia ni potput. Todi da tumataytay. Talay da tisinya no gwa report. Ista ta kumbikta. Isti na gobyerno. No taza ni ungog masangan. Mensyona po di pumalo siya na gobyerno. Ko taza baba bidan niya. Sinmas. Una na gobyerno pata kumbikta. Lala na ta kumbiktas din na gobyerno sa gijamas bula. Bidanya baba. Kumakay din no. Kugani nasu, kumakahin na giza baba. Todudus din na. Bistiani mas tablisas ti i-Commonwealth. Kugija na gobyerno baba. Sa titungo. Ipagwa ni utungo na giza mas baba. Todo. Ipumalo. Ay. No isti na gobyerno. Stigi mas sen baba sa manyaki. Manyaki sa lapi publiko. No ani mauli kachogi. Haji man premo. Kugani ma premo i gobyerno na si Jus Masi. Si Jus Masi ni Afabidamo. An puden na Mr. Speaker travel na. Mananoy da patatendi conference. An munada ni conference. Mananoy tabisita familiata. So kuna sa lapi publiko ito. Mananoy side trip. Nambakasyonit sa patachek imaniluta. Ifamiliata. Sa lapi publiko lokizo. Angin i-gobyerno ni ka sotsogi italokki mangutsino. Haji ini usangan nati tajan ya chogwino. Mr. Speaker, bago na ani niuli tumamamano karirata. Bula na House Bill man mamaygo. Está fatta 10 meses sa. Tanggif na malaws ti tadza man mafifirma tibula na bill. Sige ta introduce yung na mamataya. Tan manungginis ti. Hihafa dun mizubyo, izotabyo, ginige sa nilo na goma, mga maso na para uhudyo. Zangini fatina statti, recycle talo, sa parewa na sistema, ting kitalo mafunyot. Panmanonggi. No, Pog, disganado, Mr. Speaker, sa taza report ulili. Ja malago jo, estamos nodjan istita impeach gobyerno no malago jo kopya. Malago jo, Mr. Speaker, no na manoy jo report. Ja basya go bay tatay tayo jo kada dia. Ista anin eleksyon talo. No, por favor, jan ginilingay komite na staman mo nodjan siya. Pues mailay report. Respeta jo loke, tamanu respeta hamjo. Ang taja respeto. Sin mas, si Diyos masi, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Lipon. I recognize Representative Ben Camacho.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to read an excerpt from Title I Government, Division 9, Miscellaneous Provision, subsection 9901, Legislative Declaration. The legislature finds and declares that all public commissions, boards, councils, committees, subcommittees, departments, divisions, offices, and all other public agencies of the Commonwealth exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of this chapter that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. The people of the Commonwealth do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. The provisions requiring open meetings and open records shall be liberally construed, and the provisions providing for exceptions to the open meeting requirements and open records requirements shall be strictly construed against closed meetings and non-disclosures of records. Thank you, Ayu.
Thank you, Representative Camacho. I now recognize Leader Demapan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good afternoon to you, colleagues, and the people of the Commonwealth. Today, the bedrock of democracy was at work, and we resolved the issue before us, although not unanimously, but that's what our democracy offers us, a vote of the majority. Unfortunately, this process has also created an environment of severe division in our community, a division that was never there in our forefathers' times and in recent history. But be that as it may, I owe the people an explanation on why today I was one of the dissenting votes. My dissension today is in consideration of the following. After the conclusion of the same investigation in the 21st legislature, the findings of that investigation were provided to the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of the Public Auditor, entities that hold the powers under the Constitution to determine whether real improprieties were committed against the Commonwealth. House Resolution 22-14 today provided the members of this House with 16 pages containing 6 articles for impeachment, summarized for consideration by the full House. 6 months ago, the committee opened this investigation. And as we understand it, this investigation is still ongoing. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, having not concluded this investigation, there is no committee report to date. Representative Lipon has alluded to that. Without such report, the members of the House that are not members of the committee lack the complete information and evidence to bring charges to anyone, be it a governor,
be it a lieutenant governor or a judge. Impeachment is a constitutional tool that can also undo the will of the people. In this case, to remove someone who was elected by the people. And in reverence to the Constitution, impeachment should also be an action we take by fully considering all the evidence, not just a summary of it, by concluding the investigation and reporting out its findings and evidence to the members, so we can all make decisions based on complete and factual information. The timeline of this investigation is flawed, and I wish there was thoroughness over expediency. This was not the case today, so I dissented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield. Thank you, Leader Demapan. Floor is still open. Recognize Representative Yanktima and then Representative Flores.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm gonna speak the following, so relax. So it's similar to similar to what Rep. Manglonia spoke about earlier. I like where I represent Ligami. Our Baporo articles of impeachment ka olo meta au mengi. Imushel bwe ay kikami ngare akalakatulamo yami lolo muril malamal kweruo saudaler me yutu bal ikila or dal ke del pandemic yen ikala bayamam yami reps I worry nge ehisual sokshak yok ehis ka ritual ke mamatuoshak me fali muertento ngare tarp Kurebuki merel fima. Ritual sok shaka ritual jobless sangishak iku referlo lir. Ngare rayurla merel yarangang. Eyor shak kore lishla. Delika rishla merir shak kore pungla. Ika esi well equipped espitade yash del pandemic yen. I gal tungar ngali kami. Babu Shirley kamem del impeachment yel bekhatchush alangash. Opungul toto Senate ngare rebule apesa 6 articles kal be all mafia mi. Filiso. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Yanktima, and now recognize Representative Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, and the viewing audience. After careful consideration on my faith, the article of impeachment set forth in the House Resolution 22-14, I have come to the conclusion that I do not have all the evidence to make an informed decision today. With this being said, therefore, I voted abstain. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues in the viewing.
Thank you, Representative Flores. The floor is still open for miscellaneous. Ready? Recognize Representative Tina Sablan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, and I do understand that comments made under miscellaneous are undebatable, but I'd like to address my colleagues across the aisle without debate. I wish that you had actually attended the JGO hearings. I wish that you had reviewed the documents that we reviewed and listened to the testimonies of the witnesses that we called to speak to us and answer our questions, which are many of the questions that you raised today. They answered those questions under oath. And I wish that you had been there, or at least watched the hearings which were broadcast live on cable and streamed on social media. I wish that you had raised any questions at all in the Special Committee on Impeachment, of which you were members, and had the opportunity to do so. if it was answers that you truly wanted, if it was an open mind that you truly brought to the table and an interest in truth and justice, you would have asked these questions long before the end of this session, after the vote was already taken. But more than anything, colleagues, all of my colleagues today, I wish that Governor Torres, after months of back and forth in the media, I wish that he himself had come to this body to answer the questions and address the concerns and the allegations and the charges against him. Explain all the evidence that we looked at over months, years actually, of legislative investigation. He chose not to do so. That was his choice, and there are consequences for that too. I respect all of you. I hope that we can come together again and continue to do the people's work. Impeachment, this process is a long road, and today's session is really just the beginning. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Tina Sablan. Any further? Recognize Representative Probst.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I just want to say that I'm grateful that this process has come to an end with regard to this impeachment. Whether you voted for or against, that's entirely up to you. It's your call. And we talk about I respect your vote and everything. I mean that sincerely. Because, my dear colleagues, I didn't get you elected. You got yourself elected. You are here because of you. Each and every one of you. Of course, we always say thank you to our supporters, but it is because of the people that believe in you and trust in you. They put their faith in you. And all we have to do is to go out and explain to our constituents why we voted. Not going to criticize you for how you voted. That's not up to me to decide. Because I'm going to go out later, and I'm sure there will be people that will say thank you for impeaching the governor. And then for sure, there will be other people that will curse me and troll me and say the worst, most vile, heinous things ever possible. I look past all of that. I look past that because of our friendship. And I say this sincerely. When we aren't discussing the impeachment and other things, look at how many times we voted together on issues. Look at how many times when there is a need for something, we have come together. Those are the things that I look at. But I also look to the future. And I ask you this because I am gravely concerned. Because right now, while we have debated the impeachment and it moves forward to the Senate, and I want to know, what are we going to do about our current problems? You know, Governor Torres has been given a lot of credit for all the wonderful things he has done. But my dear colleagues, and to those out there listening, I want you to understand that everything made possible is through taxpayers, through our constituents, through those here on island and in the mainland and other territories, both local and federal funds. We have a job to be fiscally responsible, to ensure that spending is done the correct way. Colleagues, right now, can you imagine this? How long have we been in this COVID pandemic? Almost 2 years. And yet we are still seeing emergency procurement or emergency contracts sole sourced because it's called an emergency. No bidding, no announcement, no phone calls. One company gets a huge contract. And it's not even an experienced company. It's not a company that's been around for a long time. It's a new company. And the thing is, we're bypassing procurement regulations. Why does procurement exist? Why have procurement? Let's just eliminate it because there is no purpose for it. If you mean to tell me that you can bypass procurement regulations simply because you believe something is an emergency, then forget about procurement, because how do you justify an emergency? Let me give you an example. A building needs to be sanitized. We need somebody right away. All right? We're going to hire this company, Company X. This company gets hired to the tune of $5,000 a day, almost, to sanitize a multi-purpose building. For example, when this contract or this invoice that was released and became news, a lot of people were shocked. But you know who was mostly shocked? Well, the other companies, legitimate companies that do sanitizing. Yes, they contacted me. They called me. I've met with a few. And they said, how was it? I never knew about this. And what was disturbing about this was the fact that this company was hired. There was a 213 form that wasn't done until it just started in November, right? And the justification for sole source wasn't done until December 8th. December 8th. That's a clear month. The work was done, everything was done, and the sole source justification was done on December 8th. What troubled me a lot about this was that it said in the justification that this company is the only one that can perform this. It's not true. There were other companies willing to do it that didn't know about it. But how is it that these other companies were bypassed? For what reason? Connect the dots. Was this company connected? How so? Was this company better than any other company? That's what we have to go back and talk to these companies and our constituents and say, this is justified because this is the greatest company and no one was available. But that's not true. Worse yet, I've been trying to get information. We are representatives, right? From the Department of Corrections, we know that it's been sanitized. No one knows how much it costs. No one. And when I mean no one, Department of Corrections, nobody knows invoices. I called the GAR, Patrick Guerrero, nobody knows. Homeland Security, nobody knows. Department of Finance, nobody knows. No invoices submitted, yet they were hired. We want to talk about fairness, right? My colleagues, whatever side of the aisle you're on, look at me right now and answer me, is this fair? It is not. And it doesn't matter whether we're Republican, Democrat, Independent. How do we assure fairness when it comes to going and getting a bid? Why is this happening? Colleagues, I ask you this because it continues, and it's going to continue until we put an end to it. Whether you vote yes to or no to impeachment, I ask for you to join me in looking at this and trying our best to work together in ensuring fairness for all. Eliminate the sole source contracts that we've seen too often and establish fairness for everyone, every company, so that they get a fair shot. I said this today for those companies that complained. And by the way, before I end, what they were willing to bid for it was a tithing, a fraction of what was paid, a tiny fraction. And what hurts me more, what I found out, is that the money that is fronted is taxpayer funds locally. It's reimbursed later by FEMA, not first. So when we talk about not having money, maybe it's because we're putting all our money into companies like this. So in closing, colleagues, let's move forward. Let's start looking at fairness. Let's give everybody an equal opportunity, an equal shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Probst. Any further under miscellaneous? Ready? Ready? All right. We'll move down to item number 18, announcements. I'd like to announce that the memorial service for our late Assistant Sergeant at Arms, Dennis Masuga Regis, will be on January 14. His remains will be leaving the CHCC morgue at around 8:30 en route to the cathedral, where the Mass of Christian burial will be at 11 a.m. and between the time of 8:30 and 11, there will be rosary, responso, and a time for you to pay your last respects. The Legislative Bureau will be on leave for half the day to attend the service. Thank you. Please keep him in your prayers and his family as well. Announcement, Leila Staffler, recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to welcome all of my colleagues and the general public who might be listening today. Precinct 5 will be hosting a swap meet on January 22nd in the Cagman Community Center area from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. It'll be a huge multi-family swap meet event with over 20 people who have come to clean out their house and sell their upcycled things for you to check them out. So January 22nd, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., Cagman Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Staffler. Any further under announcement? Ready? All right, we'll move down to adjournment, and I recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll offer a motion to adjourn subject to the call of the chair. So move.
Thank you, floor leader. A motion has been made by the floor leader to adjourn the session and has been seconded. Any discussion? All right, all in favor to adjourn, please say aye. All opposed, stay. Ayes have it. This session is adjourned. Thank you, members.